Amir, are you on with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So I think we are live. Let's wait a few minutes for everyone to get started. Where can we see who's on?
Being alive is a good start.
Yeah, Amir, if you want to kick off.
Sure. So let's start. I can see the, yeah. You want to wait a couple of more minutes to allow more people to join? The startups are here, partners.
Yeah, look, I think, why don't you say a few words, as we said, and then we'll call on a couple of the partners, just introduce themselves, the judges, and some more people will join by then, and then we'll plan to kick off at 3:10 with Paul from Hoop Files. So let's do a small intro.
No, before I start, I want to steal 3 minutes from the session and do a quick round and ask everybody if they can say one word about this week. One word. Adam, please.
Intense, considering that we're on the other side of the world.
Intense. Paul.
Intense.
Paul, you're on mute.
Enlightening. Is it?
What?
Decided.
Enlightening. Nicholas. FIBA.
Extremely insightful so far.
David. Olim.
Diverse.
Frank.
Exciting.
Juan.
Exciting.
Bill.
Informative.
Macha.
Engaging.
Josefina.
Interesting.
Tiago.
Certification. That's a huge barrier.
A journey.
Journey. Adam.
Efficient.
Say again?
Efficient.
I didn't get it.
Efficient.
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 Ah, okay. Efficient. Okay. Matthew.
Smart.
Wow. Great. All right. So I think we're ready to kick off. I just wanted to welcome everybody for the first bootcamp, a pitching session. I want to first of all thank and acknowledge all our partners. I think it's the first time ever that we had partners, and anywhere I think partners in this level are sharing authentically their challenges and communicating directly with the startups in such a level. So I want to thank and acknowledge our partners for their authenticity, for the boldness. You know, it takes something for an institution to stand out in front of strange people and say, this is our problems, this is things we want to be bettering. So thank you for leading this within your organization. I know it took something from you to create this leadership within your organization. It's not always easy. I want to thank our startups. You know, I spoke to over 200 startups before this accelerator, and what I found amazing is that a lot of them went under the radar. They say, I'm waiting, I don't know. The startups that are here are definitely on the pitch playing, full out, looking in the white in the eyes of the corona. So I want to acknowledge you for that. It's already says something about your, I would say, capabilities and potential. And I also want to say a big thank to the Hype team, which is, you know, behind the scenes, but, you know, as I'm sure you know, there is a lot of activities and a lot of actions that needs to be taken in order for this to work as it is. And of course, Mr. Ryan McCampbell, not only his professionality, but also the details, the one-on-one. You know, each one of you spend a lot of time with him. Each, you know, understanding, bringing everything that he has into this game. And you can see. So I want to really wish you all the best. Even if you know, I would invite you to consider that if you are successful today, that's great. If you're not successful today, first of all, there is another cycle starting in around November, please go. Second, I believe you took some value out of this week anyway, which will serve you to become better. So good luck today, and I'll be watching you.
Okay, thanks, Amir. Let's almost get right to the sessions, but if the partners can just state their name and where they're from very quickly. Let's start with you, Frank, then followed by Nicola, and we'll just go around with who's on the call. Just name and the group that you're with. Frank, do you want to just go first?
Yes, Frank Lenders. I'm in charge of media and marketing at FIBA in Switzerland.
Thank you. Nicola?
Hi everyone, Nicolas Chapard, head of digital at FIBA, based in Switzerland as well.
Fantastic. Maka, you want to go next?
Mark Reed, guys, from Tennis Australia, based down under in Perth.
Thank you. Juan and Josephina?
Hi, I'm Juan from River Plate in Buenos Aires, Argentina.
Okay. Did Anthony finally get on? I know I've been messaging with him. Matthew?
Hi, I'm Matthew.
Okay. Doesn't look like Anthony's on. Let's get started. We're actually exactly on time. So our first one up is Paul Shire from Hoop Files. So Paul, you know the drill. Let's get started. Paul, if you can share your screen.
Ryan, I'm also here. Manu Leroy from the RBFA in Belgium.
Oh, perfect. Thanks, Manu. Excellent.
Okay, great. Can everyone see my screen?
We can. So Paul, if you want to go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Ryan. Hello, everyone. My name is Paul Shire. I'm with Hoop Files. I'm the founder of Hoop Files, actually. And what we have is a site/app that is a content digest and community for basketball fans all around the world. And a bit provocative here, but powered by FIBA is a question that we have, and one of the reasons why we're here at this boot camp. Probably the primary reason was to engage with FIBA and then potentially the Golden State Warriors as well. And so the presentation will be somewhat tailored toward some thoughts about how our potential working with FIBA. So I appreciate you listening, and I'm really looking forward to questions at the end as well. So first of all, we noticed that many basketball fans, they want a new content experience. We see this movement towards more snackable content, quickly digestible, easy to get to, and then move on to the next piece of content. They want to engage around this content in all kinds of ways, from contributing to just choosing top picks, etc., and working, really engaging with other fans, etc. See this in all kinds of different apps and mediums. Player and team focus is an emerging sort of way in which people want to view basketball, in particular in sports. And we see this, players are now leading the social media trends, and teams are starting to catch up as well. Personalized experiences as we move through, as content becomes more and more intelligent, we can tailor content according to different locations, various previous content consumption behaviors, etc. And so fans are looking more and more for personalization. Global is a huge piece, in particular for basketball, and why Hoop Files is really one of our major pieces of our mission is to reach globally. Increasingly, it's difficult to get all the information, so full coverage is a big piece of our puzzle, where we're trying to get information from all the great sources of content and put it in one place. Simple and easy, we all know that, but user experience is the demand of user experience more than ever is simple and easy. I've been in product development for 15 years or so, and I've seen how this has changed dramatically. It's now to the point where users just want to push a button or get everything as an alert or in their email inbox. And so one of our ways of looking at content is to really make it super simple and easy to access. And a piece of that puzzle is a daily digest. We see a tremendous emergence of daily digest around the world, around news. And it's a simple form, it's easy, it's snackable and engageable. So that's the context of what the field, kind of the area we're playing in Hadoop files. Currently, fans are piecing together. They're going to a multitude of websites and apps. They're going to social media. They're getting some of what they want, but they're not getting all of what they want. So we aspire to provide that new fan experience around global basketball. Again, more convenient, more snackable, more sociable, player and team focused. And we also have some innovative ways we think that we can invite sponsors in to own channels versus just a bunch of display ads. And so we're going to pull from hundreds of different websites around the world, and also social media sites, video sites, and then have our own original content as well. I don't want to say that we're just an aggregator, because we have great plans for original content as well as we work with different partners. Here's just a quick look at it. It is live, by the way, at hoopfiles.com, so I do really encourage you guys to all sign up and provide feedback as much as anything. And it is in its early stages, but please do check it out at hoopfiles.com. Just a quick look, you'll see here's a Luka Doncic fan page. In his content stream, you would see the latest news, maybe his latest stat line, various social posts, comments from fans, so that you can engage around all the various things going on around this, around Luka Doncic. You'll see that you can sponsors can own this page by injecting their logo and offers throughout the page, and then there's intelligent suggestions of other content that go with it. On the right, you'll see a daily digest. This is at least a screenshot on the digest where someone would get their tailored content in their email inbox or through notifications on the phone. Our plan is growth through profile pages, really honing in on various players and teams and leagues, and even topics like street ball or 3-on-3 pickup, 3-on-3 basketball, things that really are gravitating. We'll be checking the trends always and trying to create content streams that fans will be interested in.
1 minute.
Thank you. Revenue model. I just want to focus on a couple things here. Again, the sponsorship model is unique and interesting, we believe. We'll have to go offline, I think, probably to expound on that. And then referral and in-game betting, huge, especially in the US as it ramps up. We are early on in that phase. We're all covering ways for prop bets and ways to inject betting within our system. We're really super excited about that piece. We've got some great partners we're already lining up. Key differentiator, really, we're the only basketball digesting community out there. You see, we have seen this a bit in some other sports. We think that we're adding some new layers to all of it, and we're really adjusting to this global fan. Our reach is key, and really the ease of use, UX is key. Just quickly, we've launched our MVP. We're out in the market, we're adopting users, and we're now at a phase where we're trying to raise dollars. One of our reasons to be here at Hype is to grow that awareness of where we're at and try to find investors and key partners. And that is really, really important here. As I want to note is that, and I would encourage everyone, I've done 2 startups in the past, key partners are more important than even the money. And so that is, FIBA is a big target for us. So I'll just end it there, actually, and if you want to connect back to some more information, I'm really more interested in questions at this point. And if you want to get to know me more, please just reach out, and I'd love to have a conversation. Okay, Ryan.
If anyone has any questions, I actually should have told you, I don't expect everyone got to read the email before. If you have any questions while they're presenting from the partners, just start typing them in the chat like we did for the sessions with you. But right now, I'll open up the floor. In this case, it's just really, it's open up the floor really to Nicola and Frank. Obviously, anyone else can ask questions, but I know your sports aren't basketball. Frank, Nicola, any questions?
Yeah, it's Nicholas here. Would have simple question actually. How do you see FIBA being involved as a key partner here?
Yeah, I had a part here that I wanted to expound on. Thank you, Nicholas, for that. Yeah, it's a great question. And I think that I'm really trying to understand as much as I can right now. And certainly talking with you will help a lot more for me to understand. Some thoughts I've had on it is just a content, not just but on a high level, content technology and marketing partner. How could we work together to maybe contributing partner, contributing content? It could be that we're a technology for you, where we work closely together as a content marketing partner to distribute content around the world and really to attract all those fans globally. The table, obviously, at our stage, and then, or it could be a bit disconnected as more of just a lead sponsor, where there might be some capital we could raise that way, but just having your logo and you as a sponsor on it would be a great win for us.
One more question, Frank or Nicola?
I have one more. I don't know if Frank has one.
No, go.
Yeah. Okay. Mine is more like technical at the moment. So, are you able to make some widgets available of your platform so that we could potentially embed some of the topics directly on our assets?
Yeah, that's a piece that we see that as a way to integrate into the ecosystem, so to speak, right? And yeah, so either through an API or potentially just simple embed widgets, we would love to provide that. Now, if that's a way to get started with you, we could accelerate whatever we need. So again, the partnership is key for us. Key partners is key, so it's important to us. So if you're finding a way for us, say we pull certain streams of content on various pages, and we just have that integration, that would be awesome. If it's an API, which we already built an API for ourselves, and we open that API up for you and find ways to integrate that into some of your technology pieces, that would be great too. And we'd be happy even to help you integrate as well. We have a tech team that I think can help.
Well, let's stop there. Frank and Nicola, you can type up any questions moving forward. Later today, tonight, we can get some separate time with Paul offline at the break or other times. But let's move on to Bill to keep it the time.
I appreciate it.
So we don't get behind on the very first one. And you guys can have some interactions between now and Monday. That's not a problem. Okay, Bill, you're up. Paul, I think Bill, can you present?
Hold on, I just need to share.
So Frank and Nicola, any questions, just type them up and send them to me. I'll put you in touch with Paul and we'll get those answered for you. And really questions up until the selection show on Monday.
Can everyone, excuse me, can everyone see my screen?
That's not just for these two. Bill, what'd you say?
I just want to make sure everyone can see my screen.
No, that's coming up. Okay, we can now. Just make it full screen.
You bet.
Okay, Bill. So Bill from Robo Point Guard, go ahead.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Bill Krivak, based here in Houston, Texas, and I am the founder and CEO of Robo Point Guard. Robo Point Guard, excuse me, is the first and only mobile shooting machine to help basketball players of all ages and all skill levels dramatically improve their game-like shooting. So basketball game has evolved over the years. It's very much a shooter's game, with greater emphasis being placed on the outside shot. Excuse me. So to get to the elite levels of someone like a Steph Curry, takes a lot of time, a lot of practice. But what also can be helpful is the right type of tools and the right type of technology. So with COVID-19, we're all having to deal with the fact that, well, players are having to deal with that. They're shooting in isolation. They're practicing at home. They're not getting their reps at the gym. And if they are at the gym, they're by themselves. They're not practicing with their team. So they're not getting those game reps that help them when the games do start. And that goes across all levels from high school all the way to the pros. Now, there are shooting machines that are out there, and they help with shooting reps and getting lots of reps. But number one, they're expensive. And secondarily, and more importantly, they're stationary. They don't move, so it doesn't create a game-like atmosphere. So I want to share with you a quick little video showing this because it helps really illustrate how Robo Point Guard really functions and what makes this thing so unique. So we've all been there before. We've practiced with just the ball in a basket, but it's kind of a tedious process. It can be boring at times, and it's not the most efficient use of your time. Plus, a lot of the younger kids get kind of bored of this rather quickly. But with Robo Point Guard, it acts similarly to some shooting machines in that it catches your made and missed shots. So it gives you all of those shooting reps, which is great. But the differentiator here is Robo Point Guard moves. It moves left and right, back and forth, as you see here in the video, to create sort of that game-like catch and shoot. In a game, you're not catching the balls from Shaq sitting underneath the hoop. Shaq is gone. He's not playing anymore. You're catching it from all the guys that are moving all over the court. And you can see where the balls come in into RoboPG. You can actually pre-program to various destinations on the court, different pass speeds, different pass angles, different types of passes. It really is sort of an interactive game, almost as if you have your own personal point guard with you there. So to kind of highlight some of the differentiators between the two shooting machines, if you are familiar with them that are on the market, there's Dr. Dish and Shootaway. They're great devices. Again, they get up lots of reps for the shooters. The problem is, again, they're stationary, and that is not realistic to what happens in a game. You're catching passes from the guy that's at the top of the key, the corner, driving the basket, etc. The other differentiator is the price. We're going to be priced at least $1,000 lower than the lowest cost for example, Dr. Dish. It'll also be smaller and a little bit more easy to set up and to store away. So when we first started this, we talked to a sort of a cross-section of people in the basketball executives, trainers, coaches, but also the kids and adults that play. And the general consensus was this is a great idea. If you can put this together at that price point, you really have a hit on your hands. And a real quick funny story, when we built the MVP prototype back in July of last year, we took it out to a park. It was a clunky, but it was a functional prototype. It literally was this thing on, it's like a cart with wheels. But there were some kids that saw us putting this thing together, and they absolutely loved it. They were asking me if they could buy it from me, even though it was not anything that was aesthetically pleasing. So the feedback told us that what we were onto was really something big. So I've told you a little about the product. As far as the team itself, I am the co-founder. I'm the founder. John Bowen is the co-founder. We're based here in Houston, Texas. Steve Moon on the right is our lead engineer in Silicon Valley. It's important to note that Steve works on multiple projects and has worked for multiple projects in the Far East. So he deals with China and Malaysia. That kind of helps with procurement and with manufacturing, as we're obviously struggling with some of the manufacturing issues here we have in the United States with COVID. Another important name to note here is Jerome Williams, former NBA star. Jerome played about 9 years in the NBA, played for the Knicks, Raptors, and Pistons. Jerome is on board. We're actually negotiating with him to increase his capacity and his involvement going forward. The path to success here, I want to highlight just a few things for the accomplishments. As I mentioned, the MVP prototype was built in July of last year. In January of this year, we had our second design patent that was filed. We also have a PCT International Utility patent that was filed as well. Where we're headed with this is we need to raise some funds to finish the production-ready unit. And we're looking at $100K in order to do so. With that, we think we can complete that build by January 2021. We will also be kicking off a crowdfunding campaign that will help with funding and create additional brand awareness. We want to get to the level where we are manufacturing at least 1,000 units, maybe perhaps even higher, getting to that, let's say, 5,000, 10,000 level, because that's when the cost to build goes significantly down and the profits go way up.
Time, Bill.
And the last point here is just we really want to create some synergies here with FIBA. I mean, that's what we're looking to do, whether that's down to the federation level or making some introductions, or perhaps being a FIBA endorsed product. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Bill. Questions? I'm going to direct them both to Frank and Nicola again.
Yes, Ryan, let me take this. Thanks a lot, Bill. I mean, great to see the passion here for the product and the game. Who do you think are the key target groups that will purchase Robo Point Guard?
Well, certainly the teams, whether you're talking on the professional level or going down to universities, the high schools. We also see that a big target market too is the home user. There are plenty of home users that want to have this tool available for them at their home. Obviously, it's not going to be for everybody at their home because not everybody has the space, the driveway. But if you have that kind of space, I do see a market for that. But definitely, I do see a lot of the coaches and the trainers. We've gotten a lot of feedback from some of those that said that they're very interested.
Okay. Do you see elements of gamification in this? Because one thing is really the technical part of it. The other thing is more also the fun part and the competitive part in that in that environment. Or do you see this really as a high performance product?
I mean, right now I would say we probably see it as a high performance product, but I do always see this kind of as an evolving company, and we've made some changes along the way. So I'm really open to, if something really makes sense, I think we would certainly explore that.
One more question.
Last quick one from my side, maybe Nico. Have you studied the Chinese market, and is there anything like this in the market in China?
They do have a low-cost device. It's sort of like I'll call it a watered-down version of maybe what Dr. Dish or Shootaway has. And they try and price it around that $3,000 range, but it doesn't move. They don't have any robotics. It's just a simplified version of kind of what's currently out there.
Okay.
Thank you. Nico?
Nico, if you have any questions, we could just ask.
No, just
looks
cool. I'd like to have one as well. My question is, like, is it portable? Is it mobile? Like, can I take it in my car and go to the court in my town, install it there, and start shooting?
Bill, give a quick answer.
We're trying to make it as small as possible so that, yes, it could be portable and you could take it with you.
Okay,
all right.
Bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicola, Frank, again, you can ask Bill any questions. Just send them my way, and I'll get them over to Bill, and we'll get those answered for you. And that's good for all weekend up to Monday, anytime. Adam, bench vote, you are up next.
Hi guys, hope you're all well. It's a lovely 12:30 a.m. here in Sydney, Australia. So I'm going to start presenting in just one moment. Let me know when you see my screen. Cool.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
Adam, go ahead, Adam. Let's get started.
Yeah, great. Hi guys, my name is Adam, and I'm the founder of BenchVote, which is a digital campaign creation platform. Now, so our promise to rights holders is essentially to help sporting organizations to deliver unbelievable digital experiences and to activate sponsorships internally without the use of agencies or expensive external developers through our integrated software built on proven marketing science. So BenchVote essentially, in a nutshell, offers fanless in-stadium experiences, sponsor activation and asset replacements, especially during this COVID time, gamified fan engagement campaigns, member marketing, and internal rewards and recognition systems for internal staff members of federations and rights holders. And that's all built on our open, customizable platform. So BenchVote basically works in a four-step process. You create your campaign on BenchVote. You then integrate it into your existing workflow. So there's no extra apps for fans to download. It all fits directly in your existing tech workflow. You then drive that traffic via social, via email, via push notification to those campaigns. And then your fans are engaged, and we capture the data and capture those insights through that process. Now, why would you use BenchVote? Because it's 100% self-service, and there's no code required at all to create your campaigns. We have a very strong focus on gamification and data acquisition. and it's built on an open platform, so we can add as many different types of experiences as we want to suit your individual needs. We also have our analytics and insights all built into the platform, and it's multi-language, doable from day one. So some of the results that we've seen with real clients and real paying clients, the stat that we like to talk about most is that generally across all of our campaigns, the one stat that we've noticed is up to 50% of people who enter a benchvote campaign, 50% of fans, go on to leave their personal data. So we know it works really, really well as a lead generation tool. So I'm going to take you through a few different use cases of what you can use benchvote for, and a few opportunities that we've identified as well that we can work with new partners with also. So one use case is probably our most strongest and compelling is sponsor activation. These are market-proven assets that we've tested with loads of clients in Australia and also elsewhere around the world as well. They give rights holders the opportunity to commercialize with new partners or to service existing partnerships, especially during this COVID time where you may have to replace undeliverable assets with digital. We offer a turnkey solution that's at a very low cost and very high scalability and repeatability. We also work especially on a content and publishing perspective with clients like beIN, La Liga, and CNET as well, even outside of sport. So we offer those clients the opportunity to be able to turn their content into very interactive and gamified pieces of content which have two-way interactability and social sharing capability and that kind of thing as well. General day-to-day fan engagement as well is very strong that across our different range of assets, and then also including second screen experiences that bring fans into the stadium even if they're actually watching from home. That could be things like dance cams, user-generated content, and a whole range of things in between that as well. And then other facets that we also work on are the grassroots part of sport as well. So one of our key sort of USPs in a grassroots perspective is being able to offer smaller teams elite sports level digital capabilities at a very, very low cost. So they can deliver the same types of digital experiences as a very big team, but at a very low budget and at a very high standard and quality of service as well. Of course, we can't talk about sport and not talk about betting. Some of our major clients are betting companies, so we actually help rights holders to integrate their betting partners directly into campaigns, or we work with betting companies to activate their sponsorships. And that could work through live display of odds, data capture, click-throughs to websites, and a range of different other pieces as well. Some of the other interesting opportunities that we've also used, that we've seen our platform be used for, are for HR and internal processes, especially during this COVID period where a lot of staff members may have been furloughed. The morale is low and they need to come back in and start to work well in a team structure. Actually using our platform for rewards and recognitions could be really, really useful. And we've done that with a couple of AFL clubs here in Australia in the past. And then also potentially as an audience listening tool as well, not only for, mainly for internal purposes to validate new initiatives or product lines and to basically deploy across a whole worldwide membership, not only just for the kind of local fans. The last thing that I want to share as well is a couple of our use cases. Now, benchvote is basically built on an open platform, as I mentioned before. So what we currently offer is not the full sum of what we can offer in the future. Generally, one of the great opportunities of using our platform is the fact that we can build new modules into our platform. So you can basically pick and choose between fan engagement, HR, audience listening, or anything you can dream of. We can build it into our platform and you can get the benefit of everything else we do as well. So basically what we're looking for at the end of this is to work with any and all of the Hyde partners, anybody who's interested in working with us, so we can help you to basically address any of the unique challenges that you may have and actually make and leverage the benefit of our platform. Thanks very much, guys. I hope that was interesting to you, and I look forward to hearing your questions. And yes, I will say that that is me wearing a Manchester City jersey as well for anybody who's interested. So thanks very much, guys.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Questions from obviously any one of the partners. Now, open this up. Just speak up if you have a question. Again, just remind you, all the partners, if you have questions as they're speaking, just type it in, then your question will come up first at the end, and I'll call on you. Anyone want to go first?
Yeah, I'm happy to, Ryan. Hey, Adam, thanks for the presentation, mate. Two quick ones. Just your business model. Can you expand on that just a little bit? And then secondly, There's obviously a bunch of clients that you've serviced over time. So just in terms of those repeat customers, which one of those brands has stayed with you?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no worries. So our platform, we will sell on a repeat on a SaaS model. So basically, we tend to work with our clients generally on a 12-month license basis. Some clients we do work on shorter campaigns, but the vast majority of clients we work on a 12-month basis with. A lot of the clients that we've had repeat, especially in the AFL, you know, you being Australian, you probably know a lot about Mr. Geelong, Hawthorn, are examples of clients that we've worked with over a couple of years now. We're still a fairly young company, so 2 years is really the maximum of what we can do. But yeah, we have seen that we've had a roll-on clients as well, definitely.
Thanks.
No other questions? Ryan, you're on mute. I can't hear you, mate.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone have questions? Massimo, Manu? Juan? No?
I have one.
Yes.
Yeah. Just with respect to when you're saying it can integrate into existing third-party apps, like how does that integration happen? Is it through web calls, or is it full integration with apps, with the team app?
It's as simple as starting with iframes. Is probably is what we found that works generally for the broadest range of clients. We can do it via API, but honestly, we've never been asked to do that. We find that that working through an iframe is generally enough for most of our clients. That then sits directly on a page on the mobile side. So if you're using Inscam or something along those lines, then you can essentially create a new page, drop in one of our widgets directly via iframe, and that works really, really well, we've found.
Thanks.
Manuel, you had a question?
Yeah, just a quick one. Thanks for the presentation. Just one question. It looks a bit like a Swiss knife with a lot of possibilities, but what would you say is your one USP where, you know, as a federation, I would need to work with you?
Yeah, so it really depends on who we speak to from the federation. So sort of in most use cases, the people that we generally tend to work with most often are either the marketing team or the commercial team, the sponsorship team. The reason being is because a sponsorship team will look at our assets and say, wow, these are 15 assets, so we can basically cut up and go and commercialize immediately. And we find that works really, really well. Or the marketing fan engagement team will say, okay, this is a really easy way that we can engage people in the stadium or via digital. We don't have to do any work around this. It's already built. We just put our branding onto it, and we can get it out the door in an hour and not in a couple of weeks. So those are the two main parts that we see. And then that use case that I mentioned about HR as well. Sometimes we get interesting use cases like that where it will be spread across internally, and somebody will hear about it and say, oh, hey, that's cool. I wonder if we can actually use Benchmade for something else. So those kinds of things sometimes happen organically. We don't go out and promote it, but we do find that they do come to us as well in really interesting cases sometimes.
Okay, next question, Massimo.
Yes, thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Adam. I was just wondering if you don't mind talk a little bit again about your revenue model and specify a little bit where you are now in the revenue trajectory, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so we're sort of, I guess I still call this fairly early stage. I don't think we've 100% cracked our revenue model and what that's going to look like for the next sort of 4 or 5 years. But yeah, and as I mentioned to you before, you know, we essentially sell on a SaaS license, so on a yearly license basis. Generally work with clients sort of up until now, generally sort of between 1.5 to 2 years is generally kind of where we like to sit. Did you have any more specific questions around that?
No, I think that's going to be it anyway, Adam. So,
okay. Also, if you have any questions, just ask me and I'm more than happy to share.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Next up is Clyde.
It's actually Judith.
Oh, Judith.
So I'm just checking that you can see the screen.
Yeah, we can now. Just make it full screen if you don't mind.
Yeah, that should be.
Okay.
Is that up?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Judith from Baset. Judith.
Good afternoon. I'm Judith McMinn, co-founder of Basenet, and I want to ask Acer Ventures, PSG, and the Belgian Federation, post-COVID-19, how are you going to reduce player injuries following an extended period of non-play? And how will you get even greater insight and better forewarning of a player's health and disease detection given likely future asymptomatic viral infections? Basenet started a year ago in the UK with the mission to make sport safer, whether it's a youth academy player, amateur or professional player, male or female. We have a headband style solution to address their protection and performance. And at the core of our product's design USP is reducing a player's likelihood of suffering concussion, and concussion accounts for 22% of football injuries. In Europe, concussion is the elephant in the room. It's become normalized as part of gameplay, despite it being proven to lower player performance and having potentially serious and devastating long-term health impacts. Concussion within European sport is currently diagnosed on a subjective and largely inadequate basis. Clubs ignore concussion, claiming it's not an issue, but yet the press report on players absent from games because of concussion, and fans witness their adored players suffering it. Federations are slightly ahead of clubs in seeing the future risks and issue around concussion, with some federations having already banned heading in youth matches as a solution to reduce concussion. The Scottish FA, the English FA, the US, and Canada. Sport won't stop because of concussion, but with enlightenment around concussion and an acknowledgement on its frequency, it really does question the integrity of the required sporting kit. We have to ask, when we have shin guards to guard our shins, why don't we do more in protecting our heads? Why don't clubs want to better protect their multi-million-pound player assets and talented youth academy stars? Why don't players want to reduce their own risk to concussion as much as any other training, game, or career-ending injury? And why don't fans demand their players are better protected? There is currently no head protection product on the UK or European market for those who play football to give them that choice on their protection. Now is the point for timely responsibility to the player, to the coach, and to face up and own this concussion challenge. Having explored the medical research, the material science, the wearables landscape, captured first-hand athlete and former player experiences, spoken to governing bodies on play guidelines and protocols, Basenet has collated the safety, style, form, and function requirements of 2 innovative headband style products to bring to market. The first headband is aimed at the amateur and youth market, where the materials, properties, and construction of the headband dissipate the energy of a blunt force, reducing the likelihood of concussion. It also has inbuilt temperature sensing technology, providing an early warning system for a possible fever, signposting concussion, given that temperature and concussion are linked, and provides an individual baseline measure of temperature data from which player wellness is determined. The second headband product has enhanced technology aimed at professionals and those who desire additional measures around their game performance, including oxygen saturation, heart rate, and other key performance indicators, with data delivered real-time through a separate app or integrated into a professional team analysis system. We are inviting you to consider our products much more than personal protective equipment, but come with us on an innovation journey, allowing each player to be better protected and for clubs to take responsibility to collect and analyze reliable personal data and benchmarks during training that allows for improved strategic decisions and tactical actions ahead of the next session or game. Our product leans into the next phase of innovation and experimentation in wearables, and it acts as a stylish carrier portal beyond the current outdated bra tops worn by players. For the youth and academy players, it allows football to be played as safely as possible and with a sensible approach that is reflective of player, coach, and parental concerns. With the headband ready from September this year for early adopters via agreed pilots, we are asking you to embrace the issue of concussion with Bassinet and be part of a pilot relationship with a request for you to be part of a proof of concept with your club and with us, engaging in the academy and other interested players and fans. Concussion is a serious issue in sport, and I echo the sentiment of the UEFA Medical Committee that concussion will not go away. Take the lead to tackle it, and do that with Bassinet. Thank you.
Great, Judith, thank you. Questions from the audience? See, there's one here, so hold on a second. Manu, why don't you go first?
Yeah, just was quite surprised by the number. You know, you said that concussions account for, if I heard it right, 22% of all injuries. Where does that number come from? Because that seems on the high end of what we know, I think.
Yeah, Manu, I can send you the report after this, which gives you the full breakdown. But yeah, it's the elephant in the room, I'm afraid, within Europe. Our US friends are ahead of it.
Okay.
Fantastic. Mocker down in Perth.
Hey, Judith, for the presentation. Just obviously you touched on a bunch of variables that your technology is able to pick up on. Have you been able to do much testing to validate the precision of the measurements that you've taken?
You raise a very good point about precision, and that's really why we want to engage with more sort of user testing as part of our ask here for a proof of concept. Early indications suggest that this technology is very reliable, but I think we'd want to test that before we were fully committed behind that statement. So I'd welcome the opportunity for everybody interested in this to come along on the innovation journey as I talk about and get this spot on.
Okay, so just a follow-up question, if I may then. So I guess if we were to partner along these lines, particularly some of the codes online, user testing might help to get a sense of what the experience is like for players, but have you got an idea as to how you might be able to convince stakeholders like myself that the measurements that you're taking are really precise?
Yeah, so obviously there's a whole suite of data in this, and we want to spend time about how that's presented and really work on getting those ranges narrowed down and take your feedback. The important thing about the data is the so what. It's only valuable if it gives you a so what, and that's what we really want the engagement with, to really bottom down, because that so what will vary from sport to sport and club to club. We've initially talked about this product being, initially aimed at football. It's not exclusive to football by any means, because concussion happens in other contact sports. So there would be slight nuances depending on the sport.
Thanks, Marker. Massimo, you want to go next?
Yes, I was wondering, Judith, thank you for your presentation again. Do you have a sample that we can see? Do you have one of these bands? Or?
Yes, if you were interested in being part of
it. But do you have it with you? I was just keen to see, what does it look like besides the drawing? You don't have it with you, I assume, then?
We can send you a sort of an early mock-up, but obviously for sort of protective reasons and things like that, we're not showing the final sample just yet.
Okay.
But to give you some sense, it's a thin band. I mean, the inner material in it is 4 millimeter thick, so we're not talking about anything bulky, and it's a headband style.
And what's the cost of production of one of these headbands?
We can send you all that detail, but the point of sale, the price of sale, here in the UK, we're looking at £49 for the simpler band, and then 119 for the more sophisticated band. Strong gross margin, designed and produced in the UK.
Yes, okay. And if I may, then another question I was having is, you said that the data can be delivered through an app. I mean, how live is that data, and what technology you use to communicate the data between, the band and the app?
Very live. Very real time, and again we can go into that detail offline, but it's about getting real time data, and the app is more for the amateur. It obviously would be looking for integration into the team, into club systems for more sophistication and one source of that data. And I should just say, Matthew, I am based in Newcastle, so Leeds is just down the road from me.
Okay, so you can bring a sample.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, I
can bring a sample, indeed.
So Judith, there's any other questions from anyone from the?
Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, I have one. Judith, I know you did mention it when we talked before that there's a temperature check in there to test for COVID. Is that still the case?
Yes, that's in the early band. So it's temperature sensor, which is obviously indication of a fever. Temperature and concussion are linked, which is a fact that not many people know. So it's an early hazard light for that. And general temperature, or your temperature is a general basis of well-being. So actually having a series of readings of your temperature is a much more reliable thing than having a population view of it. Your temperature may be 37 and always 37, not 37.4 like the general population. So having a band that reads it, you're going to get an indicator when you put this band on ahead of the game, whether you should be there or not.
Perfect. Thank you, Judith. I think that's
Thank
the end.
you, guys.
Thank you, everybody. David, if you can get ready.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Can I share?
Yep, share your screen.
Let's go. So, can you hear me? It's okay.
David from Foot AR, why don't you go ahead, get started.
Okay, so hello all, I'm David, and I'll be teaching you Foot AR, which is an augmented reality second screen app to enhance the overall fan experience while at home. So at this exact moment, fans are at home. The thing is, specifically now, they're watching our broadcasts and TV on the that is happening. Is like the broadcast is one size fits all solution. The thing is, we want to retrieve data. We want to see based on our interests. And the thing is, we live in a on-demand content. We want to choose what to see. So engaging with this and managing to use it to integrate it with augmented reality, we have an awesome opportunity. Even Tim Cook says that he's going to change everything, and definitely these will be the big trends in the next decade, without any doubt. So what if a product could combine not only on-demand content, but also big data and augmented reality? Yes, it is possible, and it's called Foot AR. Basically, you can have the possibility with your own phone to check which game is happening, choose what do you want to see, and engage with it in an immersive experience. So what we're seeing is an actual prototype, and you can see players based on their real-time ratings and their performance, how they are integrated with colors to reflect their real-time performance. This gives you the ability to understand a game while not even understanding much of it, but just pointing at the screen and identify all this data based on users' interests. We also have the ability to integrate with social networks and feeds. So this opens a new world. We like to be called Shazam for sports because it's as easy as just take your phone and point it to the screen to identify which sports event is happening. Also, you can customize it, and that is delivered by for each user. You don't need me to tell how many data is being collected each game, and there's an immense market for the football and the sports fans watching at home. But the thing is, they don't need to purchase extra hardware to engage with this experience. Their smartphones and this product can be used in 70% of the phones they already have in their pockets. So it's very easy to interact with it. But most importantly, how will this generate revenue for you? Because we want to provide and generate revenue by granting fans to interact with you. Also have the ability to create a window for your supporters, for your sponsors, where you have the visibility for them. Also regarding the custom experience and understanding exactly who are interested in your brand or sport. At this exact time, we already created a prototype. We already have the algorithm recognition to identify which game is happening. We had validations from some players, but we are looking for partners in order to use focus groups to test and use it with users in order to generate revenue. The thing is, we already had some recognitions from all over Europe and also US. And regarding the team, it's really good to have an awesome team, because our experience is for being a software house and managing to create all of this on our own, because our experience and managed to create all of these solutions. We were even compared in the past with Cristiano Ronaldo of the apps, because we are actually neighbors of Cristiano Ronaldo, where he's originally from, which is Madeira Island in Portugal. We have some recognition from both Microsoft, PlayStation. So this is the right time, and this is important. We are not looking just for the money. We are into this for getting the right partners at this moment, because that's the main point of all of this, is generating the right partnerships to create this product. In the future, and the beauty of this is I am launching and showcasing the prototype for specifically football, and that's what we want to do. But we can use it after that for so different sports. And the thing, we want to be a player and the biggest player in augmented reality data visualization. And there's lots of market to do it. So, and summarizing, we will need, I would really love to count with you, and having the ability to have football clubs and 11 sports on board in order for us to engage users and provide them this immersive experience. Thanks for hearing.
Excellent. Thanks, David. We check questions here. Hold on. Okay. Juan, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So thank you. Great presentation. I think that AR is what already came to the game. So you mentioned a couple of times that you are planning and you want to have some partners. So being real, for example, my case, how would you relate to those partners?
I would create and use your already existing fan base in order to give them this personal experience, this custom experience, in order for them to use it, and also give feedback, because if they interact, we will have more analytics, and then we can improve the overall platform. That's what we are looking at this moment, and that's what our main goal is with the S for this.
Thanks, David. Next question, Frank.
Yeah, thanks. No, I wrote it down. I mean, what's your current level of revenues, and where do the revenues come from?
We do not have any sales at the moment. Since we are a software house, of course, we had the ability to build on our own house the actual prototype. What we have is we had one accelerator from Europe, specifically Belgium, that invested 25K in us. But at this moment, we are not generating revenue. That's why we want partners to get to B2C business and getting all those fans. Okay.
Alessandro, and then followed Massimo.
Yeah, I think my question is actually similar to Massimo's, but I just wanted to understand where you guys are in terms of practically what's been integrated successfully. So, you know, do you already work, for example, with a digital broadcaster, betting companies, etc.?
Alessandro, just ask Massimo's question as well, since you think they're related. Let him answer them both at the same time.
Okay. So I can answer this one. So at this point, we have the integration with the global APIs that provide us analytics. So in this case, we are using Opta, and they provide us data in real time. So we can guarantee that when you point at the screen and looking at a specific rating, in fact, that action on the player occurred not more than 30 seconds ago, which is awesome. And the ability to understand exactly how we can integrate on a different ecosystem is like huge, because we don't have any betting at this moment, but we can do it. So have the ability to know that the player is the fan is watching at that moment. I can predict it if needed. So that's something we want to engage, but at this moment it's not yet implemented.
David, you have a question from Jamie at the New York Islanders. Go, Jamie.
Hey, David, this is awesome. Currently, is the intention to stay with just the soccer audience, or is there desire to have this product scale to other sports?
Definitely, we want to scale to other sports, but we want to prove that this works first on football because it's easier for us. We are based in Europe, and it's way easier to get traction with the more users. And when we have more users, we have more insights. Then we can improve the product, and then we go to other features. But it's as easy as integrating different data providers and creating a different augmented reality atmosphere. So that definitely on our plan.
Awesome.
Massimo, do you want to ask your question on OTT?
Yes, no, I was wondering, David, I mean, just to understand, you know, this is a product that can be integrated into any OTT platform, or, you know, how does it actually work? Or is it a standalone, you know, let's say platform that people will need to open?
At this moment, it is a standalone, but the goal is to interact and to integrate in OTT platform. Definitely, that's why we are addressing specifically 11 in order to go forward with this project.
Okay, thanks, David. Thanks, Massimo. David, thank you. Great job.
Thanks.
Thiago, you're on deck.
Hello, hi everyone. Let me share my screen.
Yeah.
Just let me know when you are.
We can see it. So Thiago,
yes?
Go ahead, get started.
Okay, let's start. So I'm here to present Fulvenio. My name is Thiago. I'm in Portugal, also as David. And Fulvenio is an AI platform that predicts the exact percentage of a fan on going to the club's next game. And this will influence the venue attendance decision of the marketing teams. Okay? So there are some problems that we have found in order to create this product. One of those are the fact of the stadiums are not full. There are a lot of tickets, a lot of seats that remain unsold. Most of the clubs don't know who their fans are. They have some information, but the information is not centralized and the information is not analyzed. The clubs are creating marketing campaigns without segments the targets, and we will allow that segmentation. And of course, COVID-19 will bring some restrictions related with attendance, and we will need to adapt ourselves to this new reality. So here you can find an example from a La Liga club in Spain. You are watching to a slide that refers to a club that has attendances that rounds the 80%. So excellent attendances. And even that way, you can see that during a season, in empty seats, you have around 10 million euros. Okay, so this is for a club with attendances rounding the 80%, a top 5 La Liga club. So our value proposition is, of course, to increase the ticketing revenue, to reduce the marketing effort and the marketing costs by communicating with imprecise segments. We will also generate insights to find potential season ticket buyers. And of course, that's if you organize other kind of events, we can fully replicate our products to those events. Let me contextualize our company within the COVID-19 situation. It is very important. So within this situation, we are able to integrate COVID-19 open databases in our AI processing. Okay, because it's very different when you start bringing your fans to your stadium, if they have been infected or not, if they are living 1 kilometer or 2 kilometers away from the stadium, if they are in a risk group relative to their age, or if they are not. So you will have to make that decision. You will have to analyze it, at least, and make some decisions in the way that you are going to communicate with the ones that will come to your stadium and the ones that cannot come so soon. To start this, we need to go next to the club. We need to know which data they have and how it is organized. And we need to bring that data, to treat that data, put it in our system, prepare the dashboard, and deliver to the client. So here you can find a snapshot of our MVP. Okay, you see a column in green, and that is the column where we say that the person X has a Y percentage, Y probability on going to the match that will happen in 5 days, for example. In the left, you can select, you can refine your search. Okay, So this is a snapshot of what we have. Our main advantages comparing our competitors is that we are focused on attendance prediction, okay? And our granularity, we are going to the fan. We are not predicting that tomorrow we'll have 50,000 people in the stadium. We are going to the fan level. This guy has 90% probability of going to the next match, and the other one has a 50% probability, okay? So this is our business model. And I would like you to understand, looking into the left side, the right side, sorry, let's imagine a club that has 4 matches during a month, 4 home matches, with an average ticket price of 43 euros. If the club is able to sell 100 tickets more, it will be already paying the investment that the club has in full venue, okay? You only need to sell 100 tickets more, having 4 matches at home during a month to pay this investment. We have a finished MVP, totally ready to be implemented. We have an AI algorithm already processing a lot of data, dummy data. We don't have real data yet, okay? And we are ready to start implementing this in the federation or something like that. So in the future, we need to with full API, add more variables, and enrich our websites. The team is composed by myself. I have experience in the football industry, working for the Portuguese FA in the last few years, where I am one of the responsibles of the digital transformation that we are living. And in the past, I have worked into a telco company, Vodafone most precisely. And my co-founder is Nuno Tavares, also a guy with a lot of experience on the football world. He was director of technology of the Portuguese National League for a few years. And we are looking to see the investment and, of course, to establish a partnership, we have the opportunity to make a pilot, and we are available to do these pilots for a few months with no costs. We need to put our product to the test. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Thiago. Any questions from the audience? Partners? Huh? Anybody from the football world?
I have a question, Ryan.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand what access you need to club data to make sure that your algorithm captures precisely what it needs to give an accurate estimate. So do you need to be, integrated with the club app, and therefore that means that you'll not be able to predict people that don't buy the majority of games via the app, for example?
Yes, I would say that in the beginning we need to guarantee that the club has a CRM implemented, at least, that they know who their fans are, and they have the ticketing info. So data coming from the ticketing platform, and we need this data, okay? And then we have another data that comes from open APIs also, and other variables that we have on our side that we will mix with that data. Of course, that if the club has another engagement data related with e-commerce sales and other data that the club can have, probably it will be important for us to make our algorithm more accurate, okay? So, but the main factors that we need is CRM implemented and ticketing info. In the beginning, we won't start with APIs, probably. Probably we will start with simple file exportations in order to test the force of our algorithm. In the future, we will, of course, develop an API to avoid this kind of work from side by side.
Thank you.
Juan, I think he somewhat answered your question, but do you want to elaborate on it or ask something different?
No, perfectly.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, sure. Mate, in terms of your product roadmap, what features can you see being added in the future to help clubs maximize their revenue from a ticketing point of view?
Okay, so in this moment we are just a piece of the card. Let's think like that. Okay, so we are turning it easy to make marketing decisions in order to reach the right people, because it's very different to communicate with people that have a 90% probability of going to your event, or if you communicate with people that have 30%. In the future, we believe that depending on the amount of data that we are going to collect, we will be able to understand which kind of campaigns will have a higher rate of conversion. So probably we will have some marketing capacities added to our product in the future. But at this time, and considering that we need to put this to the test, we need to implement this first, we want to focus in our AI capacity and the capacity to give assertive data to our clients.
Thanks.
Okay. One last question?
If I may, then I see that Arjun also has a question, so I'll try and capture this as well. Basically, I'm just trying to understand what exactly do you use to get to, the ability to improve the stadium attendance. What sort of campaign? What it is that make the fun, buy the tickets basically. And so that's really the question I also got from Arjun. Is basically the same I've got. I understand you get the data, you want the data, but then how do you actually go about selling these tickets?
Okay, so we are not working in that part of sell tickets. We are giving information to the marketing teams in order that they can target their communication. But for example, if you want to make something to sell more tickets using Fenia, I would select a target between 70% and 90% of probability on going to the next match. And I will send an SMS with a short link saying, okay, you want to go to the match on Saturday? Please click here. And in maybe 3-4 clicks, you can sell a ticket. And you will sell a ticket probably because you are communicating with someone that is much more likely to go into a match that other person that has a lower probability. So we work as a facilitator, and considering that the clubs and the federations and the organizations have a lot of data, a lot of different systems divided in silos, we have a way to get some valuable output from that data in a simple way and make the revenue higher. So this is the main value that we believe that we have.
Okay, thank you,
Okay, so I can think of it as an sorry, just to understand. I can think of you as an analytics platform, basically, right? That's the way to think about it.
Exactly.
Yep, perfect. Thank you, Thiago.
Thank you very much to you.
Conrad, you're up next from Pronto.
Yeah, hey guys, this is Dave Cedrone. I'll be pitching today. Conrad's on alongside me as well. Can you hear me okay?
You can. You can share your screen?
I sure will. Let me switch gears, share screen. And put live for you.
You're in DC as well, David? Yeah.
I'm actually in Austin, Texas, and yeah. Okay. So you can see the screen okay, correct?
Yeah, we can see it okay. So Dave from Pronto, go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Glad to be here today. Excited about it. So I'm Dave Cedrone. I run sales and CS, customer success here at Pronto. And then also on the pitch with us today is Conrad Kaplan. So we are a low-touch, high ROI mobile wallet pass solution for contactless payment, ticketing, loyalty, membership, and contesting. What we're going to do though today is focus a little bit on a particular insight of the platform itself. And we think that this is a critical near-term insight around partnership fulfillment that's really, really important. So I'd like to tell you as well, before the end of the presentation, make sure to have your phone ready because we'll do a little bit of a taste test of the technology. So we're all navigating the unknown right now, right? Living in a new world. We're trying to acquire back, monetize data, but it's harder than ever. We've got people at home, and fans are hard to access. Meanwhile, the really critical issue, we have partners who are expecting us to fulfill on the agreement that we made, and they're unhappy. Inventory's gone or unavailable in venue, and now retaining and renewing those relationships is going to be harder than ever. At the same time, you've got season pass membership folks, premium sales folks with relationships that are threatened along the way. All at the same time, contactless is white hot. You've probably seen it, heard about it in the news. Maybe you've used your Apple or Google phone to pay, already. You might know that acquiring this data or engaging in these sorts of experiences is automatic. The data is validated that you're capturing. It's native to your phone. So if you've boarded a flight with your wallet pass, you've had that experience. It's also a new, exciting, trusted inventory channel for the partners themselves, and we're going to show you that today. And then the other nice thing is it's location aware, so you can capture these people at home, in venue. If they're hitting your partner's retail establishment, you could pop messages to them there as well. So this is a great way to surprise and delight fans while also capturing validated data. Fans not only expect it, I would argue at this point demand it. A lot of us have had the experience where you walk into a retail establishment, your local grocery store, and you can't pay with Apple Pay. It's really frustrating. So this year alone, more than 50% of the US is using contactless. This quarter alone, Q1 of this year, there was a 40% increase in contactless. Obviously, that's due to COVID. So it's kind of been a helpful thing for the technology itself. But if you're not already leveraging it, it's time. And part of what we do is help you anywhere on the spectrum. So whether you're adopting full contactless solution in venue and across your tech stack, or just beginning to dip your toe in, our solution can help. And this is what it looks like across the full spectrum. So we can help with something as early stage as a member pass to leverage, acquiring new validated data, and also allowing you to promote, partnership contesting and things like that, all the way through later term when the venue is open and you may or may not already have NFC terminals and things like that, or you're exploring those solutions. It's the same platform that provides this technology all the way through. So the membership passes and things like that can appear on a phone, a watch, a physical card, and it's cross-platform, Apple and Google as well, helping to speed up lane journeys and things like that, and also incentivizing guests along the way. The really special thing is that this works with all of your existing vendors, right? So the app providers and ticketing, of course, Google and Apple Pay, your concessionaires, the underlying API is highly flexible and interoperable. So whether we're already integrated to a particular solution that you have today, some of which are on screen, or if we're not, the technology is built in such a way that we can very easily integrate to all of the existing technology that you've got. So as I mentioned at the front, this is low touch, high ROI. What we mean by that is it's as simple as an email campaign or a push from a terminal device to get somebody to enroll. So the first thing they see is the notification on screen. They then begin to go through the flow, and this is where they're adding the validated data. This screen in the middle is really pretty key to look at because you're capturing not just data that somebody put in through a Facebook campaign or some clipboard sign up. This is the validated data on their MyCard application built into the phone. So for the first time, your premium sales teams, your partnerships teams aren't going to have those complaints around, man, I got a bad phone number, or these people's names are misspelled. This is coming direct from the device. And so then the last part of the experience is the pass itself that they'll see. And this is really the first stage in the journey for purchase and engagements and partnership engagements and things like that as well. Again, it's native and frictionless. So this is already built into the phone. There's no app download needed. This is true Apple's commerce. The phones themselves support it. The watches support it. On the right side of the screen, you're looking at a sample. Was there a question?
1 minute, just 1 minute.
Thank you. On the right side of the phone, you're looking at a couple of partner examples there, partner rollout. This one we're most proud of. Our current client, Royal Ascot, normally has 300,000 people in venue over 5 days. They're sending out 200,000 of these next week. And for a chance to win multiple prizes, 10 prizes every single day across 5 days. And their premium partner, Longines Watches, is going to be extremely excited when they find out what this activation looks like and what the data looks like coming out the other side. You can market across all the channels that you're used to. That's pretty clear. We're also working with the American Outlaws across their chapters internationally. And I'm hoping Manu's on the call today because we're also thinking about how that type of relationship can play into what we want to be able to do with Belgium in activating their members and adding partner logos as well to the experience to really totally just turbocharge the 1895 club. And this is a little bit of what that looks like in the day in the life of a fan, both the pass and the notifications that they get, all totally customizable. So if you've got your phone handy on your desk, if you pick it up and turn on your camera application.
We're out of time. We're at 6 minutes.
Cool. Thank you.
We can cover some of the questions. Let me bring up the questions. Hold on. Okay. Jamie, do you want to go first from Islanders?
Yeah, sure. So thanks for the presentation. I was wondering, you mentioned that you have 300,000 people in venue. How many of those are
Do you integrate to Ticketmaster? This looks awesome, by the way. It's very cool.
Thank you. Yeah, so we know Ticketmaster well. I'm sure you're well aware of the challenges of integrating there. We have ongoing conversations. I think it all depends on host and architects and things like that. We do not currently have an integration, although I've worked on integrations with them, including with you guys as a former client in the past.
What's the timetable on? What do you think the timetable is on getting that Ticketmaster integration, or unknown?
I'll tell you right now, the biggest hurdle is finding a client who can help us go to them together, right? Like that's where I've had the most success in the past, is having a current client that can help add a little bit of pressure to get the integration built out. So once we get through that hurdle, I would imagine, and Conrad's on, he can pitch in here as well. But I would imagine we're talking about, the order of on the short side, potentially weeks to get an integration done. It may be a couple of months, but I think honestly the biggest hurdle is the front, just getting them to agree and act.
Yeah, the loaded value piece is pretty easy. The ticketing side, there's more complexity around around that and who owns the add to Apple Wallet button. But yeah, happy to dig into that with you more.
Yeah, we'd love to.
The key thing is that for what we're doing at Ascot with the Golden Ticket, that doesn't require any integration, right? So we kind of blazed through that short on time. We came up with that idea about 10 days ago. We tested it live a few days or earlier this week, and no integration was required for that work. So all offline and fast and pretty sweet.
That's awesome. But yeah.
Kim, you have a question from the Miami Dolphins? Welcome, Kim.
Hey, Kim.
Hello. Yeah, I was just wondering, is the fact that you didn't have to do an integration for Ascot, what was the pricing model that you used with them?
Well, so we have a primary ticketing integration for their standard tickets, but for Royal Ascot at Home, that's just a request of 200,000 tickets from them. So we generate 400,000 URLs, 200 Apple, 200 Google, and they distribute them through their own marketing campaigns that they can track and manage. And then at the same time, control the passes and the messaging through our UI.
Don't know if that answered the question of the pricing model.
Well, that really varies on the per venue and exactly what you want to do. But something like the Ascot at Home, we can spin up pretty quickly at an amount that I think you'd be happy with.
Okay.
Not very much.
One more question, and it'll be a quick answer. Any additional questions? No? Okay.
Make sure to try the QR code. We'll
fantastic. Conrad, feel free to just sync with Manu. I know you wanted to show us your demo afterwards, but we feel free to do it offline. It's not a problem.
Okay, awesome.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys. Next up is Ivan. I think Dolce is going to go. I think it's Dolce. So Dolce from Bbox.
Right. So can I start sharing now?
Yeah, start sharing, and then we'll kick off in 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, let's get started and get a little bit ahead. So Dolce from Bbox, go ahead, go.
Okay. So hello, my name is Dulce, and I have a question for you. So what if you could be with your favorite player whenever you feel like it? Do you think you would like that? So right now we live in a world where the sports teams need to understand that their fans are a crucial part of their businesses. The fans want to feel part of something, they want to fit in, they want to be part of the whole, but also they want to feel unique. But also the sports teams, they don't have a full picture of who their fans are, where they are, and how can they monetize them in an efficient way. And so now more than ever that the world is hurting and everyone, even sports teams, were forced to stay at home in order to be safe and to let the world have some time to heal, the channels are blocked. And so we need to create new forms of engage with our fans. And this is Bbox Sport. So Bbox created an engagement tool that offers real data about real fans. So we capture data from your fans and allow the sports teams to really understand their tastes and engage with them in a whole new level. But who gives their data for free nowadays? No one does that anymore. But what if you get a chance to interact with your favorite player, know all about him, and get to share a selfie with him? That's a totally different story, right? The way that we deliver these augmented realities is through three main products. So the subscription box with official products, new or vintage, the Let's Collectibles, which are basically the bobbleheads on steroids. I guess all Americans here can relate to that come to life through the augmented reality, and a platform that will read and analyze all the information that we are collecting from the AR app. All this data we are analyzing in order to monetize the fans or just making it more fun for them. Overall, it's important to know that our app is moldable for different areas, from fun engagement to merchandising, corporate hospitality, or even sponsors, since they are also facing new times and they are trying to find new ways to get their return on investment. All of these areas, they are trying to generate new revenue sources for your teams, right? So right now we are working at this moment with two major Portuguese football teams, Benfica and Sporting, and we are right now under negotiations with UK and Brazilian teams, and also with the Portuguese Federation. So let's see how this app comes to life, shall we? So let me just put a video. I'll just take the sound. So right now it's just a sunny afternoon and you're meeting a friend, and let's just see how this all works. So you download Bbox Sports AR and you will have three major areas for now, because we are working on more. Stadium, player and club stats, and player photos. So let's take a look at the first one. You will scan the floor and a magical portal will open in front of you. So right now we are using our app, but we can integrate with the club's app by installing a simple SDK. In this case, you will see Benfica Football Club door appearing in front of the fan. And right now, what the fan will do, he will literally walk inside the stadium. And here we are measuring things like how many times does the fan stay inside, where is he looking at, so we can implement ads from sponsors or brands inside the football pitch. But let's see another amazing experience that we have. Taking a picture with your favorite player. So again, you will scan the floor and you position yourself next to the player. You can take a photo or record yourself with the player. Of course, here we can again implement things like promoting sponsors or services. The AR player, he will play with the ball, will head kick, and they will cross arms. Imagine immortalizing your players like this one, Eusebio, who is no longer with us, but the new generation can see him and can get to know him. Now let's play with the whole gang, shall we? We just choose a few teams randomly for you to see how we can work and play with the AR. Here they are playing ball, but we can have them delivering message from the club, custom message to the fan, everything you can imagine without bothering your actual players. Now you see that we are using artistic drawings, but we can record the actual players and use the real footage from the AR, okay? And just like that, you are communicating with your fans, even when there are no games, or even when there are games, but people are staying home during strange times like the ones that we are facing right now. And let me just... Okay, so I would love to meet you all, and I'm here to clarify any questions that you might have. We can have a case study from Benfica, and I can send that to you. Right, as you know, the 5G, AR, VR, all of this are big names, but they are not the future anymore. This is happening right now, and if you like, and I can go into detail and tell you all about how you can go and get and be ahead of the game. You will have access to the pitch, and let's play ball. Thank you for your time.
Okay, any questions from the audience? Okay, I think we got one. Kim, I think that was your question. Oh, that's the last one. Jamie. Go, Jamie.
What's the timeline to build out the arena for the fan portal? Is that like a matter of weeks, or is that a matter of months?
It's a matter of 1 week. So we just need to record the stadium. So we can, during this time, of course, we can have someone in your country to record it, or we can, of course, ourselves be there. We have the whole equipment. It will be like 5 minutes in terms of recording. And then implementing the AR part into the app, it's a matter of 1-2 weeks at most.
What about for an arena that isn't yet built? Is there an opportunity to not do it via recording, but to have a portal into an arena?
Yeah, so we can use the 3D image that you have, and we can play with that. And we can start doing like a previous time seeing of the arena, and engage with your fans, doing fun things like what is this place, or where are you at, and you can like play with the sponsors on the several parts of the arena. This is something that we can do. Thanks.
Any additional questions?
Do you foresee any challenges existing or integrating into existing team apps?
No. So right now we have our own app, of course, working, but it's a simple SDK integration. We have our own in-house tech team that does that. And actually, I have our CTO if you want any particular questions here. But we don't foresee any difficulties. At least for the time being, we are working with Benfica right now on that. Because they are updating their app, but I don't think so.
Any other questions?
I've got one. Hi, it's Juan from River. Is there any chance that those images and videos that you showed us with virtual players be with actual players?
Yeah. So the AR, and we put them to move like the way that they are right now. The one thing that we did with Benfica, it's on artistic drawings, because some of the players, they are no longer on active, and some already died, like Eusebio. And so we can also have that part. We needed to show that. But that can be done. So we can do the real footage and put that into AR.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any additional questions?
I have one. How do you
things that we do is that the app will release notifications for the fans. So things like happy birthday. So on the fan's birthday, we can send a notification, and the app will say, "Go scan your LED. You will have a special message for you." And when the fan scans the player, you will come to live on the mobile and say, "Happy birthday, Manu! Thanks for being our fan." Another thing will be integrating, for instance, sponsors. This is a fun thing, for instance, for you to put the sponsors paying for promotions, for adding, for vouchers, and we can shout notifications every time. In the future, what we are doing with the LEDs is that the LEDs will talk. So right now they are just playing and messing around. So, but the next thing will be recording the player, and through artificial intelligence, we can put them saying things. And one of the parts is that platform that I showed you just a little bit on the data collection. So the club will have access to that back office, and you can write a sentence, and it will shout a notification. So every time that you have like a new image, a new video about the player, something that you want to talk about, for instance, the new jersey of the beginning of the season, we can do that, and so we can put like some kind of gamification in order to keep the fun returning to the app.
Dolce, you also might want to comment on your box as well to Manu, because that's a monthly recurring.
Yeah, so the boxes itself, so the first product that I showed you, the Bbox itself, it's something that you can that will be on a returning basis. It will depend on the club. Some clubs, for instance, Benfica, it's 4 times per year. And so every time there's a new box, there's also a new footage of the stadium, new areas inside the stadium. For instance, in Benfica, we also recorded the lockers room, the bus tour where the players go, the museum, because those were areas that the fans were interested to see in augmented reality. So every time there's a new thing that we can upload on the augmented reality part, we can shout a notification showing the fans that they have new products that are coming, new areas to see, or new players to talk to.
Probably also worthwhile, Dolce just mentioning it's not just AR and new products, it's also old existing stuff.
Yeah. So for instance, in the box, one of the things that we do is that we send official products to the fans. So we can have new official products designed by us, more lifestyle, that you can approve, or you can, for instance, if you have stock that you want to release for vintage products or older products that you can no longer sell on your store, we can put it as a vintage collection and put it inside the box and send it to your fans. And of course, generate augmented reality with those products as well.
Okay, Dolce, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's move on to Kristen.
Okay, thank you.
Bleacher Tennis One. Obrigado, Dolce. Kristen.
Yes, I'm just getting the screen up and running. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay. How about now?
Still not.
No, still not. Let's try that again. Still no?
No, still no. So while we're waiting, just everyone know we're gonna have, I guess, 2 or 3 more, actually 4 more, and then we go to a break. So go ahead, Kristen. There we go. Here we go.
Sorry. Weird. Okay.
No problem. We're ahead of time.
Go back to that.
So, Kristen from Bleacher Tennis One. Go ahead. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Now we can see the screen, right? Yes. All right. Great. I'm Kristen from Bleacher. I want to thank you for being here. We're really excited to share the ways that we can help sports organizations like yours maintain the strength of your fan base in the COVID-19 paradigm. We believe that what we're about to offer will revolutionize the way fans choose to consume sports in the future. As background, we're based in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We work with dozens of sports organizations around the world, creating highly customizable, comprehensive white label apps, as well as convenient plugins that add value to existing app platforms. We've made significant headway in 3 sports verticals, and we are ready and have the capacity to scale into others. We've become the go-to app platform of choice for the majority of the US Open Series tournaments and other prestigious events, including the Miami Open and the Rolex Paris Masters. We were the #1 sports app in Canada 2 years in a row during the Rogers Cup, and we're proud of our engagement numbers, seeing an average of almost 10 and a half minutes per user per day. Our experience in the tennis space really helped us to recognize a void, something that was needed to connect the community year-round, which led to the launch of our Tennis One app product in January. And despite the pandemic shutdown, we saw a growth increase of 126% due to the success of our live stream platform. In dissecting that experience and in talking with fans and players and clients and sponsors, we recognize that COVID-19 is going to change the way that fans want to consume sports remotely. They no longer want to remain passive spectators watching a one-way television or streaming broadcast. They want to feel they're part of something bigger and more meaningful, that their participation matters to the players and teams, and they don't want to feel isolated. So that's why we're launching CrowdView Live, to give fans a chance to hang out together and enjoy the game in a virtual watch party with the game action center screen when broadcast rights allow. It's also perfect for pregame tailgating, content that teams can easily integrate to engage fans early on. When broadcast rights restrict live stream of the game action, it becomes the preferred second screen platform because of our innovative games that we offer that are synced to the live action. Friends can play social games and even order sponsor vendor food and have it delivered right to their couch. It's a chance for teams to generate revenue and stay connected to the fan base while fans remain unable or unwilling to attend a live event. Our social games are innovative, great opportunities to add value for your sponsors. We have Point Streak Live, which is uniquely synced to live action with fans trying to beat the streak point by point, or picking live game action, such as will they run the ball or throw the ball, or will it be a ball or a strike thrown by the pitcher? Fans can race against the clock in our AI-based Trivia Ace game. And they can also see who gets the highest score in an interactive Pong-style game geared specifically to your sport. For example, beer pong for football or kick pong for soccer, one pong for tennis. And it's important to note that games of skill and similar to Trivia Ace and the Pong games, they can be played for cash in many jurisdictions. CrowdView Live offers fans a chance to order food and beverages through the app right to their house. It's a great chance to integrate your sponsored partners and offer rewards codes to fans for discounts to incentivize purchases. Post-game, CrowdView Live can still make you money and engage fans by hosting a recap party. Invite fans or VIP stakeholders to buy virtual tickets to join the MVP of the game, or maybe a legend or other players, to share in what can be like a Monday morning quarterback style live stream for a shared experience, really connecting fans, giving them that once in a lifetime chance to be up close and personal with their favorite player, even if it is virtual. And PlayerCast takes it up a notch in a slightly different way by giving players their own live stream channel to broadcast out anytime they want to their followers, helping them build their personal brands while also benefiting teams and sponsors. Fans can join in with them to talk with the players while they're off the court or the field. You think of it like a Twitch, an elevated Twitch or Instagram Live meets Zoom for sports celebs. It's a valuable opportunity for players and teams to share in the revenue that this can generate. Our unique value proposition is that we're already getting traction with our current clients for these new features we're launching. We are launching CrowdView Live in the new Tennis One app for World Team Tennis. They're set to play in July. And all 9 teams are set to play over a period of 3 weeks in one location. So this is going to be a unique opportunity for the teams to stay connected with their fans in their respective cities.
1 minute, Kristen.
Our team also has touchless transaction features that we can help you with for fans returning to the stadium. A full ticketing platform that makes you more money and keeps fans in your app without sending them out to a third party, keeps control of your data. We also have in-seat and express ordering that can minimize exposure risk for COVID-19 with the ability to geofence stadium sections as needed. And these features have proven to be highly successful in our experience with large stadiums. I'm happy to share demos with any of you offline, but bottom line, we're here to help. We want to make sure your sports organizations become the gold standard for unique fan engagement, paving the way for others in the industry. We think these innovative new features will surprise and delight your fans, keeping them safe by minimizing risk to COVID and making you money at a time when it's extremely vital.
Perfect. Thank you, Kristen. First question, Manu from FIFA's #1 ranked football club in the world.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just a quick question. I was wondering if any of the things that you mentioned, like the social games or other entities, are available separately, or is it all part of one app?
Yeah, all of our features are plug-in, so plug and play. So we have the ability to integrate. If there's one specific feature that you like better than others, we can integrate it. In terms of like the in-seat delivery or express ordering, that's also like plug-in feature that we can easily integrate into your existing products. CrowdView Live can have all of those things in it, or we can break it apart to feature just, if you're not interested in the delivery to your home of the food and beverages, that's not a problem at all.
Okay, Kim from the Miami Dolphins.
My question was really around if you see CrowdView Live as being a subscription service. I understand the monetization options with sponsors, but talk through how you envision that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to think about, and I think it's going to depend on the partner, right? Because we want to make sense of what makes sense to you. If it's a subscription process, that could be one way to do it. We also think that it could be freemium and then turn to premium at some point. We've done a lot of research in that, and it does appear that if you offer something free for a while, something like this, to let them test out and experience, and then upgrade to premium recurring subscription over time, that might make the most sense. In terms of PlayerCast, that is with the players having the chance to live stream anytime to their followers. That's strictly a shared revenue, so it's subscription, and then we share revenue. Player gets, if we set it with the team at 60% and we take 20 and you take 20 as a team, however we can make that work, but we think that shared revenue makes the most sense in that case.
Any additional questions?
Yes, I have a question, Ryan. I mean, I've seen tennis. Sorry, I didn't see, a basketball vertical that you have, not yet. But the question is about it. On the one hand side, if I understand it correctly, you're providing, different options, different services. So you're a service provider to rights holders, and even very, say, individual based on the answer you gave to Manu. But on the other hand, it seems like with Tennis One, you are your own platform, you're your own publisher. So how do these two different roles fit in your business?
Yeah, it's really interesting. So over the past few years, we really were focused on a white label business, and really, began to see strength in tennis and in college and in baseball, independent baseball. But that said, when we started to recognize what the market needed in tennis, it really does need something that can help unite what's a truly fragmented sport. And so by having a one platform that we can connect some of our clients want to be part of this, connecting the fans year round. We're not taking away from our current tennis partners. We're very careful about that. We're never going to cannibalize ourselves in that regard. But we do think that there are really big opportunities in terms of keeping that base connected. So that's separate. In terms of what we can do for you, we have the capability of building a league app. I'm happy to do, the full white label, customized, comprehensive app for you and FIBA. We can do any number of things in terms of white label product, but we also have the capability of integrating those specific plugins if you're interested in 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of those features that we do provide.
Okay, Massimo, we're going to have to cut it off there. We're out of time. We'll capture your question, Massimo, and we'll get it sent over to Kristen. Kristen, thank you.
Thank you.
So let's move on to Simon. Simon, if you can get started.
Hey, everybody. Give me one moment. Let me just get my screen sharing up.
And all right, so Simon from Fanwide, go ahead. You're up, Simon.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Simon Perriman, CEO and founder of Fanwide. We provide watch parties, both virtual events and in person. Now, Fanwide is actually America's largest sports viewer network. Our traditional business was running bar programs at scale. We work with many of the top leagues and teams from around the world, being their official bar partner. 15,000 fan communities, over 10,000 bars. We've promoted over 1.5 million events. But we're now taking our program and our expertise of managing these in-person fan communities to the virtual world. So we've taken a technology that's been incubating and we've launched virtual watch parties, giving you a way to engage your fans on PC, mobile, and tablet. But rather than focus on just the feature sets, I'm really going to try to highlight how we're different and how we provide some unique value. And in part of doing that, we're going to give you a live demo of the platform as well. So I encourage you guys from your mobile devices, go and type fanwide.de hype. This link will be on the next couple of slides. And go ahead and actually log into the session. Feel free to play around with the platform yourself while I continue to speak. So why Fanwide? Why are we different? Well, we're the worldwide leader in fan events. We provide a hybrid strategy, giving you the best of both worlds of in-person and virtual events. This is real technology that scales to millions of people. It's specifically designed for fan communities, so a little different than some of those one-to-many broadcasting platforms. And we provide trust, experience, and give you the data ownership that you need. Again, encourage you guys to log in on the mobile device and check out the platform yourself. But what's great about us is we're going to give you this best of both worlds option. Coronavirus has pretty much made it impossible to just pick one fan engagement strategy. Some places will be open at different times. Even within the same state, bars are going to open at different times. And so we offer both in-person events using our network of 10,000 bars, as well as these virtual watch parties. But Fanwide's also helping our network of thousands of bars with the reopening problem. We are actively pursuing different technologies to get them to open faster. And so we've become domain experts in running and operating these bars. So we want to be part of your strategy as well. Additionally, we can help you test new markets with these virtual programs. If you think you want to set up a new fan community in a new city, Let us go create that virtual community for you and use that as an opportunity to build it up now. And then we'll bring those fans together back at a bar once things reopen. Again, this is real technology. This is being used by La Liga, BT Sports, and Sky. It's scaled to over 16 million people in a single week. Best of all, no apps, no downloads, no plugin, no integration needed, no SDK needed. All you need to do is click on a single link. Again, check it out yourself. But we are also a trusted partner. We're official partners of La Liga, Big Three, Rugby League, and we've worked with over 100 different teams from pretty much every league around the world. We developed and manage thousands of events, and this technology platform we're offering, fully customizable, branding, colors, URLs, and all of the data stays in your country. So we are fully compliant with both the GDPR and US privacy laws, such as the CCPA. Now, what we've done, again, that's a little different than some of the other virtual platforms, is building these around communities. Our goal is to help you keep your existing fan clubs together in this time when they can't see each other. Each of our rooms has 25 live video slots, 150 chat slots. You can even rebroadcast to Facebook. This is available worldwide, and you have different payment options. So again, really building these communities. So our Real Madrid fan club of LA, they have their own room. So does our Real Madrid fan club of Seattle. So again, a great way to keep your people together. Now let's quickly switch over to the live demo. Hopefully some of you guys are over there already, and we'll just ask one quick poll question, give you a quick preview. Now the best thing about this platform, just one click to join. So this is completely live. You're gonna log on, we'll see some of our teammates hanging out there behind the scenes, and I'll give you a quick preview of the platform itself. Now, I'm going to skip connecting to audio, and this is a challenge since we're using Zoom. But as you can see, this is our live interactive platform. We'll see all the different videos here. Now, as a quick tour, we have a public chat. So we can say hello to everyone. And I'll add my video in a second. Hi, everyone. You can see everybody over there. We can add shared notes. This is ways where you can communicate sponsors, ads, different types of information to your organization. We can do private chat. We can go and change our status if you have a question, want to go and interact. Rob, could you go ahead and launch our poll question? So it looks like we've already got about 25 people connected. Thank you, everybody. Again, encourage you to connect on video. And you're going to see a live poll question. When do you expect to go back to live sporting events at your venue?
1 minute, Simon.
1 minute. So we'll let that come up. Rob, could you get that loaded for us? Cool. We are running. And so hopefully you guys will see that poll question. Go ahead, answer it. Rob, you go ahead and share the results. So I'm going to switch back. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to switch back. You can see the results here. Let's go back to the main demo. Now, just like every other platform, you can do any type of content. I'm not going to spend too long walking you through the different scenarios. It's the same across all the different platforms, live matches, classic events, pre and post game events, bring celebrity moderators. Same thing with commercial revenue. We can do all the same things, using this as a way for ad sponsorship, fundraising, e-commerce, memberships, premium event for ticket holders. One of our biggest strengths, though, is we have a great team. We're technical founders, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Oracle, Stanford PhD, and experience in professional sports as well, with Rob as a 20-year executive in Major League Baseball. Thank you for hearing us out. We are ready to start today. How to work with us? Let's partner up. We're looking to run these virtual events. Pick a date, give us the content, and we're there to help you run these virtual events.
Thank you, Simon. Thanks, Simon. Anybody have any questions? Nothing's queued up. Just want to speak up. Maybe state the club you're with as well. Questions?
Simon, just Marker from Tennis Australia, mate. How do you navigate the issue of rights, or is that incumbent on the rights holder?
That is incumbent on the rights holder. So we really give you a couple of options. Option one, second screen experience. People are interacting here. You watch it on TV. Now, if we have the rights, we can actually directly stream content through this platform as well. So either option is available.
Okay, thanks.
And what do you see as some of the best practices for moderation?
So our moderators have full control of the experience. They can promote people on video, blog video, allow chat, blog chat, allow audio, block that. allow people to enter the room, kick people out if they're acting inappropriate. So you have the standard moderation controls that you get across all the platforms.
Mate, just a follow-up question from my point of view. You got a bunch of traction. So what does churn rate really look like with your clients?
Well, we've been evolving, obviously, with the coronavirus. We had a great business, world's leader at these bar programs. And so we've had to, adopt new strategies as part of virtualization. So we are actively working on trials with one of the top Bundesliga teams, an NHL team, two Major League Baseball teams. So we are making a lot of traction. The virtual watch party concept, like everyone else, we're, actively bringing this to market now.
Okay. Thanks. One last question at all, or you good? Okay, thank you, Simon.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate everyone participating in the demo.
Feel free to send them over to us. Feel free to send it to me. I'll get it over to Simon. Anthony, are you on? I think I see you. Anthony, if you can come up and then share your screen. Okay. So Anthony from Handy. And Anthony, go ahead. Actually, Anthony.
Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. So my name is Anthony Ganchi. I'm the founder and CEO of a health technology company called Handy. I think we're currently one of the fastest growing companies in Europe, about 5 months old. What we're trying to do is solve what has become a global problem, which ultimately is every business and commercial venue on the planet now needs a sanitization solution that's simple, convenient, easy to manage, and designed for front of house environments. What Handy builds are smart, premium, touchless, IoT connected, modular, self-powered sanitizer dispensers. We're already working with clients like British Airways, Liverpool FC, European Tour. What you see in the picture on the left-hand side is just about to go into Heathrow next week. British Airways are putting hundreds of these totems all over the airport in places like lounges and next to the check-in screens. All of the technology that we build is designed from scratch and manufactured by us. So the totems connect to the cloud via a platform called Sigfox, all cellular, all Wi-Fi. It's completely designed to be indoors or outdoors. It's IP67. It's got an internal lithium-ion battery that will last about 12 months, powering both the touch dispense sensor as well as the connectivity to the cloud. It can be completely branded in any way you like. It's tamper-proof. It's theft-proof. It can dispense either liquid or foam. It's got an M2M bridge functionality to it, so we can connect in real time to any digital devices or automatic doors. As I mentioned, it's completely weatherproof as well. It's fire rated 0. It's designed to go in highly sensitive areas. And it's got an internal tank that holds around 3.5 litres of liquid, giving you about 5,000 to 6,000 vents per totem. We can secure it into any soft or hard surface. And Liverpool FC, as I mentioned, is another client. I've also started looking into the licensing opportunities of actually selling these as branded units on their own channels. We're currently selling in about 5 countries around the world. We're launching in America in mid to late July. We've already begun talking with the Atlanta Falcons about putting hundreds of these into the Mercedes-Benz arena. Liverpool are using them in every location, from stadium boxes to on the concourse to on the training ground to even on the touchline right next to the players and the managers. Just about to start working with Tottenham Hotspur as well. We are launching this with the European Tour. Handy technology is going to be going on the tees of every single European Tour event from the 3rd week of July. And what's really interesting about the European Tour and the way we've designed the unit is it can be customized and branded in any way that the client requires in its totality. So it can either be sprayed in any color or wrapped with any vinyl. And the European Tour are also using it as a sponsorship asset. So they'll be offering it to any number of their corporate sponsors as a media and sponsorship asset tool. What we offer are businesses of all shapes and sizes, ranging from sport, entertainment, commercial and retail property venues, is effectively what we call sanitization as a service. So it's a simple monthly fee that allows us to deploy turnkey hand hygiene with a touchless with the touchless totem and endless amounts of sanitizer liquid that requires no power, no installation, and can be placed literally anywhere. As I mentioned, part of the beauty of the design is the totems can be branded in any capacity whatsoever. They're also designed to be branded by traditional client print partners, so ridiculously simple to brand, whether it's at our local distribution hub or actually on site in the venue. I've had a few of the totems mocked up for some of the teams. So Anthony, here's your IoT solution for the Rogers Centre. We can design these in any way you like. Part of the key thing that we bring to the market in relation to what no other dispenser technology in the world is doing is real-time management of both stock and power levels. So ultimately, you know in real time how much stock you have in your totems via a dynamic cloud-based platform that connects to every single totem that's out there and registers stock and stock levels in real time, allowing you to replenish at the moment the stock's running low and never run out in terms of providing sanitization to your clients. We've also developed a completely proprietary certified COVID-19 antiviral and antibacterial liquid that's non-flammable, non-alcoholic, halal approved, vegan friendly, and is designed to be used at scale pretty much anywhere on the planet as an alternative to traditional ethanol and alcohol-based formula.
1 minute.
As I mentioned, is that it? How long have we got left?
1 minute, keep going.
Brilliant. So we're a relatively small British startup technology business. We're doing some extraordinary things in pioneering what you can do with IoT connected sanitizer dispensers. And I'd love to take any questions that anyone has.
Okay, questions, let me check here. Kim, go ahead.
I was just curious about any security that you built into the device.
Security in terms of theft?
Network security.
So we're running off a platform called Bbox. We've got effectively a secure server that's holding the back-end data. The data of both the number of vends that we're doing as well as the stock levels is held on a secure server. The data in relation to things like specific locations and VEN numbers is held by the client. So we don't hold any of the information centrally.
Okay, Alessandro?
Yeah, I was just curious to understand more what sort of IP you own, if any, on both the unit and the gel you mentioned.
So on the unit, there's 3 patents that we filed. There's the design patent, there's the internal engineering and working patents of the tank sensor, and there's a patent on a replenishment methodology we're using which doesn't use plastic container waste. Delighted to talk you through more detail on any of the above, but pretty much everything that you see from an internal engineering point of view and everything you see externally from a design point of view is patent pending.
Okay, thanks.
Anthony, just 2 questions, mate. Sorry if I missed it, but cost per unit?
So the cost is defined by the number of units you need and the amount of liquid you need. The way in which we're working with some federations is they're already working with sanitizer liquid providers. So in the case of the European tour, they've got a provider of sanitization liquid. So whilst we can provide the liquid, we can also take third-party liquids. We have an aggregated cost that's based basically on a monthly subscription, which ranges from, depending on how many units you want, from 10 quid to 50 quid, $10 to $35 a month. From a unit price cost in the machines themselves, you're looking at circa US dollars, circa $350 per dispenser. And that includes all of the connectivity, all of the back-end dynamic management platform, and everything that comes with the dispenser.
And then just a quick follow-up, a cheeky one. In terms of installation, how are they actually secured to the ground?
Well, so if you look at the picture that I've got on my screen at the moment, the base is completely modular. So it's actually designed to be customized based on the type of service that it's going onto. So what you see here is design, which is 3 basic holes, which ultimately, if it's going onto the European tour, would just be pegged in. It can also be drilled down. But we're working with several major shopping malls who are putting these in places like in between the escalators, top and bottom, and it's being drilled down. There's a D-ring on the back, so it can also be secured down. It can be secured against a wall or a surface. But ultimately, it's designed for complete flexibility. So if it's being put, for example, next to the umpire on the tennis court, then we would have a different base than if it's being put on, say, the centre court at Wimbledon.
Thanks.
Next question, last question. Anthony Miranda from the Toronto Blue Jays.
I think the costing model was really my my question there, but I guess the gel that you have, like, what's the shelf life on that?
12 months.
12 months.
12 months, yeah.
Okay. Any final questions for Handy? Anybody? No? Okay, Anthony, thank you very much. Any questions for Anthony, you can let us know and we'll get those over to him. Thank you, Anthony, appreciate it, and phenomenal product and just in time for Corona.
Thank you.
All right, let's head over to Adam from Vichy FanFest. See, you're already, that was quick. You're the fastest one up there, Adam.
Best practice. A lot of Zooms recently. Thank you all for the time. You know, there's been a lot of, can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah, we're good. You're good. Good.
Perfect. Let's get going. There's been a lot of talk about, virtual experiences, watch parties, etc. What we really want to drive home is, like, let's start making some money. I know all of you have been wrestling with Zoom, engaging your fans. We know fans like this. Let's talk about making some money from virtual live events. Just a brief introduction around who we are. So we're a team of about 11 now, primarily based in New York, but actually have a presence in Europe and all over the US. Our kind of head technical operations guy was the guy who helped launch the NFL on Fox Sports. Our lead salesperson spent 10 years on the commercial side of Real Madrid. My co-founder and I actually launched several digital platforms for Verizon. Our head of product and growth spent time at Uber and social. Great technical expertise. Industry-leading partner in Sport Radar around statistical information. Fantastic backing from Techstars from an investment perspective. And we've had the pleasure of working with Paris Saint-Germain, obviously a top club globally, helping them engage fans across 10 markets and 3 continents, driving tons of engagement with the most passionate fans over the past 12 months. But really want to talk to you about what we care a lot about. The common thread between us, our partners, and our customers is we actually believe that, yes, we're in the sports business, but really we're actually in the media business as well. And so when you think about media, it's really not just about the content, but the community around the content. And the way we all make money from that community is through live events. And so when you look at really what we're in the business of, it's about creating these truly special, new, unscripted dramas, these live events, that then get translated into these global phenomenons that then make us a lot of money because brands want to attach to that and fans want to, clamor to the stadium to enjoy that. And, as we look at what's happened with COVID, it's yes, we're not on the pitch, we're not on the field. That's a problem. But fundamentally, it's our inventory of live events. It's evaporated. And so that means we don't have those cultural moments anymore. It means we don't have anything to sell our fans or our brand sponsors. As we think about beyond sport, the reality is, if you take a Dolphins or the Islanders, on an annual basis, I know the Warriors are on the call right now, you're actually doing more concerts than you're doing sports matches, right? So, the inventory of events is super important. We end up meeting PSG at a fashion show, right? And so the good news is live events aren't dead. They've just gone virtual. And actually one could argue they're actually more interactive and more engaging than ever across all forms of entertainment, but especially sports. One problem, no one's making money. So whether it's taking the archived content, which I think all of you on this call have done, and streaming former matches on Facebook, great. but we're not getting the same live concurrent audience that we're used to. So we can't monetize. We're also not getting data. Facebook's keeping it off. Now when our players go live, that actually is a really cool net new live experience. But the team in the league, we have no control. And maybe the players building the brand, but we're still not making money. And I think everyone here has done these happy hours, town halls on Zoom, not really built for scale, and we're already hitting the limits. And so to put a pin in it, that's why we built FanFest. It is a one-stop shop to help you make money from these virtual live fan experiences. And yes, that's not a typo. It is absolutely free to use our platform, to create your own FanFest. Right now, today in the stadium, you already have partners that help you sell tickets to premium experiences, to help you personalize experience for all your fans, retail locations and merchandising, to help you sell sponsorships, to help you understand the crowd intelligence. Who are those partners in the virtual event space, which is the reality this year and through the future? That's why we built FanFest. But at Bleacher, we don't like to talk so much. We like to show. So this is the demo account. This is our demo account portal for everyone that, every team that's testing Bleacher as they think about restarting. You'll probably see some familiar logos because guess what? Surprise! We've skipped a few weeks of the program. Your FanFest is already built. It exists. This is already a thing. This is private, but just to give you a sense, we're ready to go tomorrow. If anyone wants to play around with it over the weekend, shoot me a note. We're working with Real Madrid right now to craft their FanFest in advance of the season restart. And they're really passionate about building a digital kind of virtual layer on top of match day. So everything from interactive pregame show to behind the scenes alternate perspective during the game to interactive post-game show where fans can actually ask questions. And it's literally this easy. So a couple of things. One thing is all of this can be embedded on your website. This is an embed. This is an iframe. Very simple. Two is it's this easy. Register. I'm not going to type in my credit card on the public screen, but it's that easy to get a ticket. Fans get an email. Thank you, Ryan. And now they're in FanFest. They get there early. They automatically see the VOD content that you published on YouTube. The team has to do nothing at all whatsoever to enable this experience. Stop my video here. There's interactive chat. There's direct merchandising within the experience. But I think most importantly, what we all want to see is as a host, it's this easy to go live. It's nice to see me again. I'm live in FanFest. Interactive merchandising dynamic. So let's say I was in way better shape and I was a former player. I wanted to talk about my career best times at Real Madrid. So that's exactly what Casemiro did a few weeks ago. But he did it by time shift. It wouldn't have been way cooler if he could have done it live. And 1 million Real Madrid fans could have tuned in. Well, these are exactly the types of experiences that we're building for them and all the other clubs who saw this. In terms of what it means to get started, again, we could skip a couple weeks. Apologies, hype. But we're ready to start FanFest now. We can do this weekend if you want. This is what your first FanFest looks like. Again, I've talked a lot about monetizing for the team, but frankly, the beauty of virtual is you can reach 100 times more fans and engage 100 times more fans than you ever fit in your stadium, and they're spending 1/100th of the cost that it would normally take to enter your stadium. Time. And so, this is what we think about as an initial FanFest. Love to further frame that down next week.
Let's get the questions, Adam. So we have a question from Manu in Belgium. Go ahead, Manu.
Yeah, just wondering, very interesting. You can have your own platform on your own sort of FanFest on your platform, but who owns the data that is generated on that FanFest, the RBFA FanFest, by means of example?
You! Stop giving Facebook your data. They're your fans. Take the data.
Okay.
Any other questions? Any additional questions? Adam, anything you want to add?
I briefly voiced over the slide. This is what we've been proposing for, this is what, so Kim, this is what we actually spoke with the Vikings earlier this week. This is what they actually took to Scott Labonte at the NFL. We just reviewed it yesterday. I know in certain sports, it's going to be a league decision. So just so you know, you wouldn't be alone in advocating for something like this. But really it is this simple in terms of initial FanFest. What we want to prove as quickly as possible is that your fans love this, that they'll pay for it, and that, despite fanless stadiums, here's a net new revenue driver. Anyone that's interested in trying this out over the weekend. Again, I can't underscore this enough. Your FanFest is built. So just hit us up if you want.
Okay. Thank you, Adam. Unless there's any questions, one more time for questions.
Can I go actually?
Who is that? Who is the question?
Was that Massimo?
It's Massimo, yes. Sorry.
What was the question?
Yes, no, I was wondering, Adam, if I may understand a little bit better, what's actually the way to think about this platform? Is it a standalone platform, or is it something that you can integrate into an existing platform?
We could put this on Leeds' website, leeds.uk.co.uk/fanfest. Boom.
Okay, so it's web-based.
It is web-based. It is also mobile format. It works on mobile as well.
Okay, have you tested this with any, have you done any testing of any event or anything like that?
Sure, I can show you a link right now, but yeah, here's I'll put this in the chat, but here's a link to FanFest with Knicks fans. So teams move slowly, but what we've started doing in parallel is testing this with groups of fans as well. And so here's a FanFest with Knicks fans that happened this week, actually. That's also that's another way of
right? New York Knicks, you're talking about?
Sorry?
You say New York Knicks?
Yeah, so Knicks fans. So we've got two prongs of our sales approach, very briefly. We're talking to teams like yourselves. You see who's testing, but in parallel, we're also engaging fans directly, actually leveraging supporter clubs, fan clubs, etc., that are also bumping against the walls of Zoom. And so that's an example of Knicks fans in New York City, tired of waiting for basketball to come back. That's them using fans.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. We're going to stop for a break now. We're going to take 20 minutes. We'll be back here at 40 after. Actually, why don't we come back at 35 after? For those watching live, thank you. Appreciate it. Feel free to like, to clap, put some comments. Would love any feedback. If you want to be in touch with any of the founders, just let us know. We'll be doing that for you. When we come back after the break, there's going to be a little bit of a switch. We were going to have Nick go first from Pumpjack DataWorks, but instead, Elias from Hear Me Cheer, a fan cheering app, is going to go first, and that'll be followed by Nick from Pumpjack DataWorks. Actually, no, I think that's the right way. Yep, it's going to be Elias and then Nick. And I think we're all good from there. So let's take a break, take 20 minutes, come back, and we'll see you on the other side. If for some reason the link goes down, just sit tight and it'll be put right back up. So we think it's going to stay through, but just in case it does, just try to log back in 15 minutes and we'll be back live. So thank you, everyone. Take a small break and we'll be back at 35 after, and we'll get started exactly at about 40 after. Thank you.
into the classroom. We have a program called the
to make sure everyone can hear me. If you can hear me, please raise your hand.
That's what we say. Take it that and even though it's virtual. It's very emotional for us every demo day. This one is very special.
I mean, look, the football needs innovation, that's obvious, to develop not only the performance on the pitch, that is the first objective, but also all the ecosystem around.
But this is what will make Kiss My Sport a game changer in the sports marketing industry.
If you don't continue to grow, you will fail. Every part of our business is challenged. How do you make it better? What's new? What's different? And we're always looking to find that. And the place to find that is with young entrepreneurs, because they have the new ideas. And a lot of times those ideas are things we never thought about. So it's exciting. It's very exciting.
In der Partnerschaft miteinander, glaube ich, können wir hier extrem viel erreichen. Je mehr Wert wir addieren können für die Startup-Unternehmen, umso besser für uns, umso besser für den FC und sicher hervorragend für die Startups.
The best pitch goes to as good as
The best startup was Kiss My Sport.
we're so excited about what we're doing today here at this Blockchain Accelerator, because the Tisch Institute for Global Sport is very much focused on sports tech and innovation. And of course, blockchain fits right into that. Today at this event, this blockchain bootcamp, we have startups from 5 different continents coming in to make presentations, to work on their pitches, to refine their business plans by working with mentors. Our mission is to really develop the future leaders of the sports industry. And we're really excited to partner with Hype Sports Innovation out of Israel, one of the global leaders in capital for sports tech and innovation.
We want to understand what exactly are you looking to achieve during the program.
For us, the purpose of these 2 days is, after many months of scouting the best blockchain startups which have some sports applications, we need to identify really the extraordinary ones.
It's going to be mainly workshops after lunch break. We have 9 startups showing up today. They're going to be doing a pitch of what they do.
I'm going to introduce you to my TV chain.
I'm here with Limpa, which is an mHealth platform for health and fitness.
I'm the co-founder of Ethereum, and we're a blockchain-powered betting and gaming platform.
We're going to ask some questions and interview them.
I thought the personal story was a great way to get text on the screen.
We're going to be doing one-on-one sessions with mentors from NYU, which is the great partnership that we have with NYU. We're going to have some lectures, keynote speeches on important people from the sports industry, and also blockchain.
5G, AI, and blockchain. Whoever will control these 3 is going to dominate the world. Truly.
After that, moving into the second day, they're going to be doing their final pitch. Congratulations for making it today, and also good luck. We will then select the best ones.
So what are we trying to solve?
Ethereum is a blockchain-powered gaming and betting startup.
It's a blockchain-powered full sports sponsorship marketplace. Very happy to announce who's going to be part of the program.
So then we will offer them a space in the Hype Blockchain Accelerator, which really will enable them in 3 months' time to make a huge leap.
First one is Limpa. Second one.
We really try to connect them to the right people, investors and partners, so they can accelerate them. And eventually raise capital, which is what everyone wants.
Another great fit with what we're doing at the Tisch Institute for Global Sport is the fact that we're launching a blockchain for sports course. That course will be coming out in the fall as a non-credit course and then integrated into our degree program this coming spring. So really excited about the connection between the two. Our specific vision is really to be the global leader in sports business education.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to welcome you all here in Cologne, in our stadium and our living room. We are proud to be the first professional football soccer club to implement an accelerator program.
Whatever we do, FC Cologne and Hype, is really to make you better and more successful. And then I'm sure it's a win-win-win situation for all of us, everybody involved. So first, also congratulations to all the startups who made it to this
Brian,
point.
can you hear me? So, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking forward
I'm very glad and very proud to promote sport innovation in Taiwan with the help from Hype and the Jiao Tong University IIS. From last year, 2018, we encourage and promote this idea and the plan. And this year, we see the concrete performance. Especially today, we get a lot of innovative service and product. We look forward they can apply to the international sport events.
In terms of the development of our startups from the bootcamp to the demo day, I think the main difference that I've noticed is their mindset. So hearing the pictures of the bootcamp, for example, a lot of the startups were talking about penetrating the Taiwan market, the Asian market, whereas now I'm starting to notice our startups talk about how do I get into Europe? How do I get into the US? And it's this shift in mindset, which is quite remarkable. Today it was an exceptional day, honestly. It was well planned, well thought out. I thought everything from the food, the setup, the venue, our guests, our jury members. I think everybody participated on a high level. I was very impressed with our startups and their pitches. It's obviously very difficult when you're talking in a language that is not first in terms of what you speak at home. And so for that, they need to be commended. But yeah, the energy of the crowd, the energy of the entire day was something I'll honestly never forget.
Today, for the first time, it was a great opportunity for me to actually meet face-to-face with the entrepreneurs themselves, and the presentations were incredible, and of course the support of the local team that made all the efforts to make this demo day as great as possible. And we see a lot of demo days, we have a lot of other accelerators, and really it was incredible, and the social activities and everything around that was led by our team, and the team here was really impressive. In terms of the thing that we would like to share with the entrepreneurs themselves, first we would like to say on behalf of Hype Sports Innovation that we are really proud and honored to have our first partner in Asia to be here in Taiwan. This is the first accelerator in Asia, and the local partners here at the IAPS, the NCTU, and of course the administration have been very very helpful and provided a lot of values. And we could see it today based on the guests that were invited. We had investors and VCs and brands, all of them already creating connections, meaningful connection with the startups. And this is what we are here for. Now, in terms of being active in Taiwan, the Taiwanese market.
Welcome to the 66 PGA Merchandise Show. The new generation are looking at it as a social event. They want it fast, they want it entertainment. Somebody told me that 10 years from now, the only thing that will be live will be sport. You need to innovate.
We are 6 shows.
Short score.
Bench Solutions, Players First, TDJ Golf Connector, Golfication X, Golf Plus, Swing King,
Big old golf boot with a golf travel platform. It's not just changing, but it's changing sports itself.
Everything needs to be faster. If you can't do it faster, you're going to lose your traction.
We've come to America this year to hopefully launch our product in America, and this was just a complete shock.
The mission is very simple. We want to empower startups to grow them to the benefit of the global sports community.
Okay, here we are. I've got Frank from Wusa. Frank, welcome.
Thank you.
It's the end of the program. It's hard to believe that we're here. I remember meeting you. Okay, here we are. Molly from Velodash. Molly, welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Okay, here we are. Molly from Velodash. Molly, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Terry. This is Molly from Velodash.
Good to have you here. It's the final day of the long program. Well, it's not really long. It's 4 months. It can be intensive at times, I'm sure, but I'm sure you're excited to see all the hard work, and I'm excited to see how the hard work has come to today.
Definitely, I can't wait to show you what we've been through and what's the final thing that we want to present at the demo day.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about Velodash.
Okay. So Velodash is
Elias, can you hear me? My Zoom had crashed for a second. Sorry about that.
Oh yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, sorry, we're about a minute behind. I tried to log on and no one could hear me, and I was talking and no one reacted. You didn't start. So let's get started. Thanks everybody for coming back. Apologies for the little bit of a delay. We're going to kick off with a really exciting product. I found out this maybe, I don't know, 2 months ago, 6 weeks ago. and excited to have Elias a part of this. So Elias, I think you're in Toronto today, so hear me cheer. Let's get started and start cheering. Go ahead, Elias.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Good afternoon. My name is Elias Anderson, and I'm the founder and CEO of ChampTrax Technologies. Today, I'm here to talk about our latest product, Hear Me Cheer. Hear Me Cheer allows fans from anywhere in the world to become the crowd and experience what it's like to be in stadium. Every team is facing the same problem. How do you play games without fans in attendance? That's a very tough task to solve. But using our patent-pending technology, our web app actually allows fans to cheer into their phone, computer, tablet, or pretty much any other internet access device and actually be heard in the stadium by the players, on the broadcast by other fans, or even back through their own personal device using some of our personalized features. Who doesn't want a crowd at a game? We have run 2 big tests, one with the NFL draft in April and one with the Dallas Mavericks. Let's see how the Dallas Mavericks test works. But before I go into that, let me just tell you that the Mavericks test, we had about 35 users, and the first half of the video I'm about to show you is actually no fans in the background and a broadcaster simulating what it would be like if the NBA came back today without Hear Me Cheer. And the second half of the video is with an added Hear Me Cheer.
Budrick's team has been great on the road so far this year. Mavs in the half court. Luka dribbles left, pulls up elbow, bang! And one with a foul on De'Aaron Fox. Luka Doncic.
So that's pretty tough to get excited about. Now this is with Hear Me
Budrick's
Cheer.
team has been great on the road so far this year. Mavs in the half court. Luka dribbles left, pulls up elbow, bang! One with a foul on De'Aaron Fox.
So with only 35 users, you could see the massive difference between the first version that I just showed you and the second one. So the NFL draft test took place back in late April, during the NFL draft, and that was our first beta test, and this Mavericks test was our most recent test. There's some interesting things I'll get into about that Mavericks test, but first let me talk about the scalability. So the Mavericks test only had 35 users, but we actually have tested over 2,000 users and have the system built for 150,000 concurrent users using our mesh network of servers. Our latency, even at scale, still stays the same at around 200 milliseconds. So in less than a quarter of a second, we're filtering all of the audio, figuring out everything, normalizing sound so that no one can sort of be heard above the rest of the crowd, and feeding it into an audio feed. So we actually had people trying to swear on that Mavericks test. And guess what? It did not come through. Even though we only had 35 users, our normalization is so precise that no one can be heard above the rest of the crowd, which makes it sound just like a crowd. Now, let me get into some of our integration aspects. So we have a very flexible integration. Because our platform is a JavaScript front end, it allows us to iframe it into any existing web or mobile-based application, which is really cool. This is one example of an iframe that we did in about 5 minutes. So basically what we did was iframe the little, that little square into the corner, and people could just press the play button and their audio would start to be recorded and fed to our system. Well, not recorded, but fed into our stream. We don't record any audio. So our broadcast allows our system allows for implementing it into broadcast, either OTT or linear, and in-venue, as well as the personal devices. So we have a number of different features in our user interface that we can also use. It's not just a button, and I'll get more into that in a minute. Actually, let's jump ahead to the user interface. So our user interface was designed for the average 60-year-old who may not be great with phones and probably has a beer in one hand. So we designed it that way because we understand sports are meant to be to take your full attention to the screen and not to your secondary device. While many of our competitors put in complicated buttons that you have to click to cheer and stuff like that. We kept everything super simple with just a single microphone button at the bottom. Where you see that Adidas ad, we actually changed that out for multiple different things, including Twitter polls, tweets, anything really in Twitter or anything that you could try to put on your Jumbotron, we have the technology to put in that spot. So that means your phone is essentially becoming your Jumbotron. So you can actually use the device as normal as well. So what that means is that people can turn our app on, like our website on, and then go on Twitter or go on Facebook in a different app on their phone, and it will still work in the background, which is really cool. And because of our super simple to use interface, we actually created this whole Facebook login where when people log in with Facebook, we allow them to cheer along with their friends. So what that means is it's almost like if you're inside a stadium and you have your friends, beside you or in the same row as you, because you can actually hear them louder than the rest of the crowd through your personal device, obviously. So we're actually proud to partner with Pumpjack DataWorks to provide teams with reports on who tuned into the application during the event. So every team after an event will receive a report with Nielsen-like metrics about their users. Except the big difference is that Nielsen only looks at about 50 people in each metropolitan region, and we believe that we can reach thousands of users across the globe. So we believe we can get better metrics than Nielsen on broadcasting terms.
Okay. So, thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, did I run out of time there?
Yeah, just keep going. I thought I gave you the 1 minute warning, but I was on mute. Go ahead. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Let your fans be heard. If you want to experience Hear Me Cheer for yourself, let's schedule a demo for next week, and you can find out why over 200 teams have contacted us in the last 2 months to hear more about our technology. You may only be able to fit 20,000 people in a stadium, but you have millions of fans across the world, and we're here to interact and generate revenue from each one of them. Thank you very much. We appreciate it, your time and consideration, and we now open the floor to any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Elias. I think the first question is for Manu, but I don't know if that was for the last one. Manu, is that your question or is that?
No, it's again the same question, but it's a very valid question. I think it's about who owns the data of the people who log into the platform and cheer. Because you say you give a full report at the end, but the full data, is it yours or is it ours?
Yeah, so we own the data and provide reports to each of the teams. And we actually are working with Pumpjack on the whole data platform. So they actually have more personalized, reports and stuff that they can do on a per fan sort of basis. And that's something that we are allowing our customers to tap into with our newest partnership with Pumpjack.
Okay, question from Nicola from FIBA.
Yeah, hi there. Thanks, Elias, for the presentation. What's the use case of your technology post-COVID once the stadium starts to be filled again?
Yeah, I think away games play big into that. When it comes to away fans, they've almost always heard, the home crowd on their own broadcast. So if I'm in Toronto, I would hear, even on a Toronto broadcast, I'd probably hear the Knicks crowd if they're in New York or something like that. So, you could incorporate some of your own crowd so your fans at home can actually cheer along. As well, we have a number of, advertising opportunities and sponsorship stuff. And you can really engage with your fans like never before. Like pretty much every one of the customers that's really interested in our product doesn't see it as a COVID solution. They see it as a solution for the long term that also helps with short-term issues.
Next question, Alessandro from Aster Ventures in UK.
Yeah, hi. I was just curious, you might have mentioned this, but what's the lag between the feed, the live feed and the cheers?
200 milliseconds maximum.
Okay.
So I think just repeat that as pretty much nil, right?
Yeah, it's real time. So, a lot of people try and say even 500 milliseconds is real time. So we're even almost better than a lot of real time solutions.
Any other questions out there?
Quick question from Frank. I mean, if I understand it correctly, it is cheering in the broadcast, correct? Rather than in the venue.
But you can do both, actually. So you cheer onto your phone, and we provide a link to teams and leagues and organizations, and you put that link directly into their broadcast or into the venue, or really any other place that you want.
Okay, you don't have an application whereby fans can record a cheer for the team, which is not only audio but also video on a video screen in the arena.
So we're currently partnering with Tech Mahindra on a solution that does just that, where we have video sort of brought in as well. We have our audio solution, and there's a number of video partners who have had a lot of interest in using Hear Me Cheer from an audio perspective. So that's definitely something we can look into.
And Elias, I think we're going to have to stop, but just to read it from your side, it's also for fans at home, it's for the broadcast and the TV and the stadium. It's just fans of
yeah.
Right?
There's a lot of applications beyond what we've gone into just in this short presentation.
Okay. Any additional questions? You can email Elias after this. Next up is going to be who Elias mentioned he's partnering with, Pumpjack Data Networks, or DataWorks, excuse me, apologies. So thank you, Elias. Nick, come on.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so make that full screen if you can. Okay. So Nick Goggins from Pumpjack Works, or is it Andrew? Is it Nick?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Pleasure to meet you. Nick Goggins, CEO of Pumpjack DataWorks. And where we begin is really helping you. I'll get Manu's question. We're going to help you own your data. And from that, really extract and refine the value so that it can go to market in its best way. We've kind of been birthed out of our experience with the Dallas Mavericks. We're here in Dallas, Texas, that evolved into the American Airlines Center, and working with also a fundamental where we've worked with Inter Miami on their base global and local membership drive, and evolving that as well as with the Philadelphia Eagles, the NFL, and a golf major. So where we're beginning is the fact that, and we're seeing this probably today, passion, which used to be so hard to measure, is now, as more engagement is becoming digital, the passion itself is also becoming digitized. So the ability to gain this story and understand it is effectively a product of how well you can connect the dots and tell the story and the narrative behind these things. And so with Pumpjack, we've really tried to look at how we are connecting all these different various data points and systems into the revenue components that are together. I think what we've seen a lot of the time is most of the advances so far in our industry have been around CRM and ticketing and so forth, but really the scale of your business as media platform and what that means on streaming engagement, getting more of the information. Once you start getting social information, the scale of that is quite massive per person. Sometimes you can get just 600 data points per person on a Facebook token, for example. So connecting that over 1 million people and running an ad hoc query can become extremely difficult. So we are trying to help that, where the transactional side of business also becomes grist for the mill for the right side of the business. And so from that, I'll just show a little bit on a limited demo that we have here, which is effectively showing a combination of mobile app user data plus digital ticketing. And so you're seeing here the revenue inside of the mobile experience as it relates to also the different users and a few other things. Now, power here is, again, kind of segmentation. So taking a demography ability and then a different behavior and quickly getting that segment, which can now be used for push notifications, emails, Facebook custom audiences, etc., and also other types of demographics and creating different personas. Additionally, we've been also working on different visualizations around this. Here you're looking at a map where we have the mobile device permissions on a game day, and we're plotting the movement of people within the city around the game day. Now, of course, everything that we have, as we drill in, you can guess where the arena is, right? And we can filter around similar demographics, behaviors, etc., and also look to different layers. For example, as I'm showing here, the transit system, which was helpful in understanding some things too. In people who were arriving early were taking public transportation. We were able to blend benefits of the digital ticket with a public transportation pass, and that helped get people in earlier. And so these are just small samples of things that we're setting up to tell better narratives. To Elias's point as well, we're happy to partner with Hear Me Cheer on establishing some of the base aggregated information around the audience from the audience measurements perspective of this new audio track that's also part of Second Screen. And with us, we can now get that from an aggregate view down into an individualized view to connect it to CRM, ticketing, e-commerce, etc., other engagement points to build those things. On that, what I've been showing you so far is effectively access. This is where we hear most of the market talk about this, which is how do I connect data across all these different silos to one individual and make that work? We're also seeing the next pace, which is what's the value of a database? How do I improve it? Right, and that is not simply just adding more people, though that is true, but also we need to think about what data is more valuable to our business, to our partners, and where can we get that for the lowest cost. Our opportunity as rights holders and passion brands is we can get data that maybe Facebook can't get, or other entities that we think we just haven't optimized that in some of the different systems that we have. The final piece is exchange. How do I trade data between partners, league and team, or team and arena, and those sorts of things, which we're working with in the advertising world. You can call this data clean room. So just kind of a quick example of how this kind of looks is thinking about the modernization of the global membership. And we can go deep on how we've done this with Miami and the unit economics of the different pieces of data. And again, with the exchange of a brand comes, what is our audience and your audience? Where do we start? And can we both see that grow? And can we both benefit from those things? So generally in how we begin, we like to start small, find things where we're totally agnostic to what pipes you want to use. We look for opportunities that are present. We can process data probably faster than you're used to in terms of onboarding and find certain places. So now we can start to develop personas and then go activate them very quickly. And right now we're talking to various global federations, leagues, teams, and clubs, and moving forward. And our team is quite seasoned, coming from my experience in extracting data with Humble, Tom with Madison Square Garden, Giles with HSBC, Dave at NBCU with streaming rights, and Race with Dell Technologies.
Okay, Nick, let's wrap up there. Let's move to questions. See if there's anything in the queue. Hope anybody want to jump in with a question? Somebody's got a question out there? Anybody going once? I have a question for you. Nick, can you talk about some of your international opportunities or pipeline or what you're working on?
Yeah, sure. We're just happy to we've signed up a major federation in Asia, which I can't announce quite yet, but we're very excited. It's our first international federation, and it's one of the most popular sports in China. We've also several international federations in the pipeline, also several in La Liga, where we also have clients that we are, we have experience with GDPR for the European folks on, and also the California laws for us in the US. And there are many learnings from that, and working in Spain and connecting to the Avid system there on the ticketing side. We have great experience with as well, and a variety of different, some of the leagues that we've been kind of talking to as well, been interested in some of technologies that we can talk offline around Instagram right now, which, we've been able to develop.
Okay. Back to the floor for questions. No, nobody. One last question for you. Just tell us about some of the ongoing work with the Maverick. Is it every day you're using it? Is it weekly, monthly? Are you doing stuff in the off season right now? You're waiting for the season to start?
Yeah, I'll maybe just talk to the Mavericks and also Inter Miami, who both kind of come in two places with kind of with each. We're also looking with two telecommunications companies. This is one in Asia and one in the United States on 5G, and kind of helping connect the 5G data into some of the use cases on the team side. Where you can kind of see like what's market maybe you're not reaching, and a variety of different use cases there. That's also applied to on kind of coming back into the stadium technologies around temperature checks and the associated tracking, the data tracking, so that things are proper from privacy and use cases, and how they might have to, let's say, share something with the government to on a health record capacity. These are some of the things that we're been thinking about for a variety of the clients. And then I'd say second is really working on a lot of areas around streaming metadata and tying that into into the behavioral analysis for people.
Okay. Any final question before we wrap up? No. Okay, Nick, thank you very much. Let's move on to Derek from SportMe. Derek, once you get that up, you can share your screen.
I'm here.
Yeah, just can't see the screen.
There we go. We good?
Yeah, so let's get started. So Derek Lance from SportMe, go ahead.
Yep. Well, pleasure to be here. Thanks for having us, Ryan. We are SportsMe, and what we are is we're real video conversations with real people, and of course, focused on sports. So you can conceptualize us like ESPN's around the horn, but anybody can join and participate. You're both moderator and contestant. You can hop on, talk about whatever you want, and have a good time doing it. And we've built our platform to address some of the issues with traditional social media. It's awesome, obviously. They've learned how to really scale and make a lot of money. I mean, Facebook's doing like $100 in ARPU for at a sustained rate, which is amazing. But some of the problems with the experience are what's been termed Instagram fatigue, which is too many perfect models with perfect lighting, too many ads, and then the plague of bots and trolls and fake content. And what we do is we do face-to-face conversations, which captures what these other platforms aren't optimized for, which is what's basically the most common of real life interactions, which is talking about something you care about face-to-face with another human being. And the nuts and bolts of our platform is we're asynchronous. At the end of the day, anything that's social is a publishing tool. And our specific take on publishing tools, again, face-to-face, so it's personal. Asynchronous, which means you can do it from anytime, anywhere. So you don't have to all be on a synchronous Zoom call or something like that, because that's not how busy people who come and go interact with each other. And we have a suite of tools that makes it safe for people to engage with each other. So brands, teams, leagues can curate content and control things. So what this looks like in practice is you can hop on the app. Something that's trending today on the app is whether or not the 22 team format in the NBA is silly for their new playoffs that they're going on. And so someone posted they think it's stupid. I might jump on there and be like, what? No, it's not dumb, because like, what, are you going to feel mistreated because you're an 8 seed and you worked hard for that 8 seed and you're just going to lose anyway to one of the real contenders? And you go back and forth and fans are voting on it, commenting on it, and having a lot of fun. And you can do stuff like podcasts on it, AMAs, anything that you would do on other platforms with video attached. So it's like video Twitter, and it browses if you're a user like a video Reddit. You swipe through topics and then can engage in threaded video conversations. We're piggybacking on a bunch of modern trends. TikTok has shown us short form authentic UGC, again, anti fake Instagram. The pandemic has exposed the need for better content creation tools, remote ones specifically. And we can take a playbook from China where they're really great at direct-to-consumer monetization, and there are a lot of tried and true methods there that we emulate. And that's basically what we are, is we're taking what we think are the best parts from all these different platforms and trying to build something that's truly authentic, real, but it's asynchronous and convenient, while still being the personal interaction of a face-to-face conversation, and that has natural monetization channels. Because while Facebook's figured out how to monetize all of us, content creators still have an issue monetizing, so we're trying to solve both of those problems. We ran an initial app test on this, and we're getting really great engagement, 5-star rated, none purchased, TechCrunch Disrupt Award, and 20 minutes per day per user of in-app engagement, which for context, ESPN gets 7, Bleacher 10, and Musically was getting a little over 20 prior to being bought by ByteDance. So that's some serious engagement stickiness. We also can monetize in a lot of ways. I won't focus too much on this now because we're more about fan engagement, but think of how Twitch monetizes and how TikTok monetizes, and a little bit of how Cameo monetizes. We sort of create a talent marketplace around content creation, as well as some gaming type elements. And that's really our goal, is to not rely on ad spam, because that's a hard business. We're trying to do high ARPU, low percentage engagements that generate a lot of money. Team, we have a bunch of great people from a variety of industries. I've previously been in gaming, electronics, worked at a hedge fund for a little bit, so a bit eclectic. And we recruited guys who've been world-class salespeople, managed multi-billion-dollar organizations at tech companies, been on the founding teams of startups like AppDynamics and DraftKings. And we a month ago recruited as our head of operations the great Steve Brunel, who used to be the CFO of Universal Television, and was most recently the COO of Game Show Network, which not only is a TV channel, but he's also responsible for building and growing their games business, and has launched 12 mobile apps that have scaled and made a lot of money. And we also have a bunch of great advisors and angels who put into the company, NFL coaches, NBA coaches, players, guys who are on players associations. We have social media stars who have over 1 billion impressions a year collectively. And we have the great Jason Robbins, the CEO of DraftKings, who supports us by his efforts. And everybody loves the app. We have a bunch of creators on it that love engaging with it. And there's some testimonials, and I think we're done.
Great. I had more time to questions. Let's bring up here. Anybody have any questions? Hopefully we get some here. Questions, anybody? I have a question.
Just a question. What do you do with the people abusing each other, or it's starting to become like a bar fight, a verbal bar fight?
Yeah, so frankly, that hasn't happened. And I forgot that I added a slide here that says what we actually do for clubs and teams. So we can look at this while we're talking. Yeah, so we actually haven't had much of a problem with that, because generally speaking, if you put your face up with something and you're talking to somebody, you don't do that. And so there's accountability, and that's what the users love about it. They're like, oh my goodness, this is so much better than Twitter, where I'm getting trolled by this random guy I don't know, and I'm not even sure if it's not like a Russian bot. Right? Like they just don't know. And even if someone does get aggressive, or if they want to say something and they turn their camera away from them, you kind of brand yourself as a coward. So that behavior doesn't happen very often, and people don't take it seriously, because if you're not willing to put your face on it like the rest of us, like people just kind of ignore you and move on. But I mean, that's happened maybe like twice or something. It's pretty well controlled, and especially from a team or a brand perspective, if you're trying to have these conversations, we make sure they're controlled. So you actually can permission them. So as your conversations are happening and going back and forth, someone's going to send you pre-recorded content asking to be added to your conversation, and you can screen it and make it go away before it's ever added and goes live on your platform. So there's literally a 0% chance of someone trolling one of your athletes or one of your front office people because that content never sees the light of day, at least on your official channel or with something you're curating. Obviously, if they just want to post UGC and say this team sucks, right? Like, we'll let fans argue about that, but you don't need to put it on your page and your sponsored stuff, and it's not part of the narrative that you control.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. If there are no other questions, you can just go.
Any other questions? Let's check a question first. Any other questions out there? No. Go ahead. You want to talk this slide, and then we'll close it up.
Yep, absolutely. And so the key things we add here is, one, we help engage your fans and make them part of the story. We break down the wall in a controlled way so you can actually have a front office personality or an athlete engage. You can do like a fan AMA, you can do interviews, interactive shows like ESPN's Around the Horn, and again, safe and permission so no one's trolling anybody. The other thing we do is, as a publication tool, it's easy, multi-party content, lots of people creating together in near real time, and it requires no post-production, and everybody jumps in less than a minute. Really, really easy to create. And then of course we gamify and help you monetize stuff. So it's, you know, interactive, and there's like longer term, you could do like licensed digital goods on it for people to customize their experience. And in the short term, you can sell, you know, jerseys, tickets, and all that sort of other stuff.
Okay. Thank you, Derek. Next up is going to be Simon again. To clarify, Simon actually has two different companies in this. Well, there's one company with two significantly different products. So we actually entered them twice. They are extremely different, and it would have been impossible to talk about in the same 6 minutes. So Simon, you want to bring yourself up there and start talking about?
Yeah, hey everybody, thanks for having me back. Is my screen coming through?
It is. So let's get started. Right. I'm going to hit the start.
Thanks. Hi everybody, Simon Perriman, CEO and founder of Fanwide. But today I'm here talking about our artificial intelligence technology that addresses the reopening problem, crowd compliance. So a little bit of background about our company. We are a service provider for sports organizations. Not only do we have this, we have our bar network, other technology, and we have worked with some of the largest teams in the world, passing all of their security, privacy, and data compliance checks. What we're releasing is really designed to help not just our sports customers, but also our restaurant customers open. This is a major challenge that's affecting every industry across the world, and using our technology, we can detect face masks, capacity, social distancing, and a lot more. Now, all of this is fully customized for every single one of your existing cameras. No additional hardware investment. We securely analyze, store all of the data, the videos, either in your own data center or up in the cloud. Any compliance violations are logged for automated reporting, something most industries have to start doing. We can trigger real-time alerts when there's a problem. And so our goal is that we can help automate your COVID response for about 10% the cost of hiring additional staff to be doing line counting. Now, the way our technology works is, first, we go and connect to your cameras, and we train them. What that means in artificial intelligence terms is that every single video feed, we will customize it and help it understand when a violation has been detected based on face masks, restricted areas. It's easy to configure. We handle all the security and privacy to every single international standard. We then take those video feeds and we process this. This can be, again, done up in the cloud. It can be done in your own data center. You can even have multiple rules for a single camera. So one camera could be doing both face mask compliance, as well as looking at different areas for overcrowding. And we can customize and create almost any rule for you. Now, when a violation happens, let's say someone walks around without a face mask, we can detect that in real time and send an alert. Everything's managed from a centralized web console that lives within your own site, fully customizable. And you can hook this up to public displays. So instead of having to have someone stand outside your gift shop counting capacity, we can just display it. Here's the current count. Here's the maximum count. How many people may enter? And we have rich data and analytics allowing you to go and run pretty much any type of report. We're also going to be providing customized reports for each industry. So all you do is click export, and we provide you with the data in the format you need to give to your governing bodies and authorities to prove that you've got compliance. Now, the 3 rules that we have that we recommend for reopening is, first, detecting guests with face coverings. Now, the way this works is we scan every face. We detect, is there a mask, a bandana, something covering it? If not, we go and report that as a violation, which can go trigger an alert or not. But beyond just the face mask, this could also check for gloves. If you guys are actually scanning people for temperature and putting on a badge, it can verify that they have a badge with today's date on it. Second scenario we're enabling is capacity counting, counting the number of people in a specific space. And we keep track in real time as people move in and out of that space. So you put this at the door, it keeps track of capacity inside your gift shop, concession area, put it outside a restroom. And you can, of course, hook this up to that public display telling you what the real-time count is, so people can enter or wait. We can also support multiple doors, multiple entrances, multiple cameras. So if people are going in and out through 50 entrances in the stadium, we can still track overall capacity and give you total capacity counts. The third key scenario is social distancing. You could give us any space, it could be the entire view of the camera, and tell us how many people are allowed to be in that space and for what time limit. So if you want to avoid overcrowding around the concessions bars, other spaces, you set the maximum, and we make sure that that gets enforced. We can also hook this up to multiple cameras and areas, and you can real-time change the number and change the dynamics of what should be considered a violation. But this isn't just theory. This is real tech that has already been used to manage the world's largest festival. Last year, 2019, this tech was deployed for the Kumbh Festival, which has over 100 million people. Over 1,000 cameras were trained to do overcrowding counting to make sure there weren't stampedes, other security issues like that. So this is real tech, and if it can scale to manage 100 million people, it'll definitely work in your stadium. But the ones that we talked about are really just the reopening scenarios. We actually have over 30 different AI rules across safety, security, and experience. Now, I don't have time to talk through all of them, so I encourage you to take a screenshot or set up a demo with us. But some that you might be more interested in: temperature checks, detecting if people faint, if there's intoxicated people, the wait time for a line for getting a concession. Under security, we can detect standard things like fire, floods, power outages, but then we can also detect for weapon violations or fights. And under customer experience, we can ID people, understand guest sentiment, refill sanitizer if it's empty or alert you about that, and also look at different types of traffic optimization, whether that's foot, cars, or traffic lights. Now, we have a great team of technical founders with over 100 years at the world's top tech companies who have built this. Most of this is led by Dr. Phil Garland. He's a Stanford PhD in data science. So we have a crack team building, developing, and taking this product to market. We do want to thank you for your time. As far as next steps, if you're interested, the way we license this is per camera, per rule. Of course, multiple discounts. We do all remote setup. We do full customization for every camera, training your cameras, as well as training your staff. Set up event execution, give you any type of customized data reports, and handle all support. So this is an end-to-end crowd-compliant solution, and our goal is to help you reopen as safely as possible to help people feel comfortable getting back inside your stadium. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. And we have our first question from Jamie at the New York Islanders.
Hey, how are you identifying? Oh, go ahead.
I was just about to read your question out loud. I'd rather you ask me.
How are you IDing the fan? What system are you linking to? Is it your system, or do you require that we provide a partner with the faces to match?
Either option. So we can either train it from scratch, but if you have a source database that we can cross-reference, we would hook into that, and we would actually go and remap it back to any other data set that you have. So whatever's the easiest option, if you have that available, great. It makes it a lot easier for us, but if not, we can build that from the ground up.
When you train from scratch, are you scraping social? Where are you getting the pictures from?
Yeah, we'd be scraping social, previous camera images, pretty much any source that you can provide. If you have like existing fan members, and based of course on your privacy policy, you may or may not be able to share that. But if you have fan club photos, anything like that we can train on. Otherwise, the first time people come, if we can't recognize them, we don't have them trained for VIPs. When they do the first check-in, we can cross-reference that, identify their ticket or seat number to the person and train it through that. A little longer process, but achievable.
Okay, other questions?
While I wait here, I will go back to just settle on this slide, allow everybody to take a look here, and really see kind of the breadth of how you can use this type of tech to automate a lot of your operations.
Okay. Anybody else out there with the question? No. Not getting a lot of questions after the break. All right.
So maybe just the final thing, I'll touch on, right, is one of the things that we're trying to use as part of our expertise, right, is we work with a lot of bars and restaurants, thousands of them, helping them open. So what we envision we want to do as far as our long-term vision and goal is not just use this in the sports industry, not just in the restaurant industry, but every single public space is going to have this same problem of capacity count and face mask compliance. So our long-term vision is start where we're good at, but start to scale this up to other enterprises, small businesses, and even government as well.
Okay, thank you, Simon.
Thank you, everybody.
Paul, are you on?
I'm here. Hi.
Okay. You can share your screen, Paul.
Okay.
Make it full screen.
Okay.
Go. All right, so we're going to have Paul from One Plan. Go ahead, Paul.
Hi, everyone. Since launching 11 months ago, One Plan has revolutionized how events and venues are starting to plan, procure, monitor their overlay and workforce. We've recently added a range of social distancing calculators to help events and venues prepare for social distancing. My name's Paul Foster. I'm the founder of One Plan. Over 800 events across the world in 46 countries are now using One Plan SaaS platform to collaborate, saving on average about 75% on site planning and design costs and improving their efficiency on site planning by over 90%. For example, Glastonbury Festival now plan all of their overlay in the system. That includes barriers, tents, cabins, containers, toilets, stewarding, and everything related to that event site. Also used by the FIFA Club World Cup back in November, BMX Australia, and also used by Interpol as well. We're a subscription-based service which enables teams to plan their venues and event site collaboratively in real time. And here's an example of the studio page. All your events and site plans are all in one place. You can break this up into different zones across your venue or site. And there's a change log in there as well. So if any items are changed on the plan, if they're moved, added, it's all in a change log. And you have total control over who sees your plan. You can share it in view-only format, or you can share it in editable format. So no need anymore to cut and paste from Google Earth, Google Maps, put it into a PowerPoint and start circulating it around. Items are selected from the orange menu we see here and then placed onto the plan. Every item is geo-linked and given a what 3 words location, enables you to make sure that it's in the right place at the right time. You can also view these maps in multiple modes as well. Got Google Maps, satellite modes, and various other ones that we're adding in. Items then appear on the black menu, which collates everything into a bill of quantities. So there's no need for that separate Excel spreadsheet to monitor all your overlay and workforce. It's all in a live system. When multiple people are logged in, you can each see each other's cursor and plan in real time. One Plan finally creates your single source of truth. We can then integrate with existing AutoCAD drawings. As you can see here, this is the Education City Stadium in Qatar, which we worked on recently. And we also have a partnership with Airbus. Airbus have 900 satellites in the sky, and they take a photograph of the whole world every day. This enables us to include high-resolution images anywhere in the world for our clients, which is very, very up to date. Here's an example of a bus ball in Qatar as well, which was used at one of the stadiums. So you can see we can also add vehicles into the system. It knows how long a pedestrian barrier is and all the barriers, and it automatically collates the numbers and items of kit you need for your event. We also have the One Plan app, which allows you to track all your overlay and workforce. For example, if a sign is damaged, one of your team members on the ground can take a photograph of it. It'll appear on the desktop, so you can resolve that issue quickly and effectively, and no longer people running around trying to figure out where the location of the damaged sign is. We've added in the social distancing calculators. We've got 4 in total. Give one example here of the arrival model. You can put in your arrival rate, so how many people you expect to arrive every 15 minutes, and also the capacity. How many people can you process through a search and screening or a ticket check? And it instantly provides you with the maximum wait time, the queue length, and the space required. You can now adjust this for social distancing. Through the drop-down, you can select 6 feet, 1.5 meters, 2 meters, whatever you need. Okay, the seating bowl assessment, I had lots of inquiries about this over the last few weeks. So we've now built the algorithms and calculator to maximize the occupancy of your seating bowl. An average seating section has over 100 million trillion possible combinations in social distancing. The algorithm can be adapted to take on multiple criteria and variations. The technology is very, very similar to high-frequency trading technology, where we can crunch through and identify the best option for you in your seating configuration. Here's a case study from our friends we work with at NCS4 down in South Mississippi. We tested out Block B on this particular scenario. It's a general admission block. There's mixed ticket pricing in this particular block, so we can run the model for either maximum occupancy or maximum revenue. And the groupings they gave us, so this is how many people buy tickets as singles, pairs, triples, or four. We tried to match that up so it was similar to what they would expect to come into that area. The social distancing rule, 6 foot, and again, there's flexibility in that. So if it changes or you want different distances between people, we can adjust the algorithm accordingly. On this particular model, we accepted brush past. So brush past is where people in the center of a row can go past people at the end. Some stadiums and states and countries will not allow that, but some will. We can adapt the model accordingly.
1 minute, Paul.
Okay, so the output from this is, if we can see here, we got pretty closely in terms of the groupings, and we ran this model for revenue. So we show exactly where people should be sitting in the optimum performance. And this runs by block over 100 million trillion different kind of options through the system. And you can see there, we then also know what the revenue would be generated from that particular block. It's been peer reviewed currently by NCS4, and the stadium which the test will be on will be the DT Energy Stadium in Detroit. Rick Fenton, who some of you know, is the lead reviewer of that. So why am I kind of able to kind of talk about this stuff? I've advised 6 Olympic Games on crowd management best practice. I'm currently the expert advisor to Paris 2024 Formula One, the Qatar 2022 Football World Cup, and I'm also Interpol's expert on crowd management. Okay, so our offer is to set up your venue in the one plan system, to start collaborating in real time like you haven't been able to do before. If you have already done a seating bowl calculation, please let us know. Let us check what you've done and let us optimize your performance and see if we can move the number higher and also identify all the seats you need. And then finally, if you haven't done it, please come to us and potentially we could do the seating bowl capacity assessment for you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Paul. See if we have any questions. The audience here. Yep, go ahead, Frank.
Yes, thanks, Paul. It looks very, very interesting, specifically for our venue management and operational teams. A practical question. I mean, do you also facilitate things like seating maps when you have events for groups of visiting fans, home fans, sponsor seating, you know, into the detail of the seats, for instance? That's one. And at the same time, can you also develop plans and simulations for setup of media facilities, broadcast facilities, killed seats, and those kind of topics?
Yeah, so it's a calculator which can take on multiple data points. So you can tell us what kind of groupings you will be expecting, and then we could run the model accordingly. This is why we do run some of it for occupancy and some of it for revenue. And a good example would be hospitality seating. You may want to run it on revenue, but if you've got a block of seating where you have maybe school groups or you have family and friends, that would be occupancy. So it's a different output that you actually want, and we can take account of that, and we look at it by seat. So we consider every individual seat of your stadium separately and how we kind of maximize our occupancy. And yet we've also got spatial calculators within the system to look at concourse areas, outdoor areas. And I think you probably are aware there's lots and lots of technology to help you in the operations in kind of tracking how far people are apart from each other, but it's probably too late by then. There's not many systems out there which will help you in the planning and get it right before it goes wrong.
Okay. A quick follow-up question, if I may. I mean, do you also have maps with the ability, let's say, for people to see, you know, if they will be on such a seat in that venue, what view of the pitch or the court that they will have in that specific instance? So
that's where we would integrate with a ticketing provider, so we can link in with them through APIs. So we can tell your ticketing provider which seats are available, and then link in with that. So we're not a ticketing provider; we don't sell tickets, but where there are systems available for that, we can integrate with them.
Okay, Any other questions? Let me check the queue here. No? Anyone else out there have a question for Paul? Planning seating and capacity seating, social distancing?
I have a question. Just with respect to like ticketing providers, have you actually done any integrations with any yet with your product?
No, not yet. The seating capacity assessment, we only completed the algorithms two weeks ago, and we run our first test, and we've got the Deutsch Stadium happening kind of starting from next week. We've got a whole kind of list of people kind of wanting us to run through the algorithms, but yeah, the next stage then is to link in with those ticketing providers. But we have an open API, so we know it's going to be.
Okay. Anyone else? No. Okay. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Guillaume from BFan, are you on?
Yes, I'm on.
Fantastic. If you could share your screen.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yep, just make it full screen.
Yep. Okay, great. Well,
Guillaume.
Okay, hello. I'm Guillaume, founder and CEO of BFan Sports. We are a fan engagement platform. So I'm pretty sure you heard many people talking about fan engagement platform, mobile first, etc. But at the end of the day, it's always the same thing. We have an app, we have gamification, we have a loyalty program, we have so many things, but it's different vendors. And what really brings the value when it comes to fan engagements is actually putting everything together, making it work, following, having the right UX and UI that make that works together, and having the identities that are led across the board. So what we have built is kind of a fan engagement platform in a box. We put everything out there so you can really leapfrog your club digital transformation when it comes to fan engagement. So we have made a platform where you can find pretty much anything, from loyalty program to branding, monetization, sponsorship activation, big screen, white label apps, and that platform is also actually open to the world, so you can actually integrate your ticketing, your eShop, social networks, full ordering system, CRM, you name it. And on top of that, we actually can integrate external single sign-ons, but most clubs don't have single sign-on. So we actually have built in our very own single sign-on system that can be extended to your other services. So you really ensure that you can manage an omni-channel experience. And we assure that everything works together, and it's great for the fan, because at the end of the day, fan engagement is not about stacking so many servers that at the end of the day, as a fan, you don't really know where they are. It works together, it has been thought together, and the UX and UI works together. The second thing we bring is that we manage technology, and it works. And not only it works, but we actually future-proof the technology, because it's a very single platform that works across so many clubs, and we have built a technology that really scales very easily. So we can actually update as many apps as we want across the world every other month, and even every month. It doesn't take a lot of time. We can manage thousands of stores all together with just one command. And it makes us basically the best value on the market for the moment. So, I mean, we talked a lot about COVID, so I'm not going to present all the features, but I wanted to highlight a few elements. First and foremost, I mean, it's really a world-class mobile app connected to SMS, which is open to the rest of the world. It's multi-sport, so whether it's soccer, tennis, rugby, or else, we manage it. The second thing is we really have embedded a great gamification and loyalty program that goes with point management based on basically your behavior, whether it's photo sharing, game participation, presence at the games, or even presence at partners' location. And we are actually opening that loyalty program so I can work with additional stuff. Same for gamification, everything is there. We manage score prediction, trivia, polls, MVP, raffles, and we are creating additional games that is going to be delivered to our clients as we build them. It goes to monetization because we have also integrated, of course, every asset can be sponsored, but it also works with large screens. So you can really have games that works together with the whole public within the stadium. So it's not very COVID friendly right now, but it was worth mentioning it. I really want to push forward that we have embedded also everything so you can really have your fan participate. So whether it's push pictures, have photo sticker, face masks, a chat per match, everything is there, is already there. You don't have to integrate new SDKs. It's in the platform right from the start. Of course, everybody talks about loyalty program, but nobody talks really about what do you do when you earn points? What do you get out of it? So we have actually integrated a way of creating digital coupons that can be redeemed against the loyalty points you have. All those coupons can actually be distributed freely through raffles or just to reward a given fan. And not only the rewards can work just with a club, but you can actually have coupons that work with your partners. And so whether your partner is a restaurant or shop, etc., you can actually integrate digital coupons directly within the app and showcasing your partner with the coupon associated.
1 minute, Guillaume.
Yeah. Personalization. Everything, every single asset can be segmented. It means that you can show or not show it, you can display it, but make it not accessible to make it taste of what you could have if you were a better fan or subscriber or else. And last but not least, very COVID friendly. We manage non-game events, meaning that if you want to do some kind of dinner or events, etc., we re-embed our RSVP systems where you can manage scarcity, create automatic rosters, etc. So, I mean, there are so many other things that we talk about, but I mean, the key takeaway is we are really the best value on market. Everything is all together. We manage so many sports. We are a very young company, but we already have 40 clients and counting. And we can set up the system in less than 30 days. And it's live and it works. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Nicola has a question. Go ahead.
Yeah. Is this only an app framework, or can you also decline this or make it as websites?
So no, it's really an app framework because we really believe that everything is going mobile first. But we have also really worked on everything related to deep links so that you can really manage your social networks, but showcase what's unique about your app, but write direct links into the app, so you capture more data from your social networks and get the people from social networks in your own system, so you can get the data. We are building a few widgets for a website, so you can integrate additional options in your website, but it's yet to be done.
Okay, thank you. If that's okay, can I ask you a second question?
Please.
Yeah. Okay, I see it works well for clubs, that have games and so on. Do you think that could be also applied to a national federation?
Yes, it can be applied to national federation. It can actually apply to leagues as well. What we're actually building right now, it's a top layer because it's a unique platform, meaning we believe that the more clubs using the same platform, the more you can pull data. And the thing at the end of the day, TV might not be the only source of revenue, and data might be. And so we believe that if we have all clubs of a league that have the same platform where we can pull anonymously all the data, and given leagues some part of rights to have a share of the app to push some kind of sponsorship or fan engagement at the league level, we believe that we can create very new ways of monetization, not only at the club level, but also at the league level, while maintaining freedom for the club and freedom for the league and managing the hurdles.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions from anyone out there? Nope. All right, we're just about out of time anyway, so thank you, Guillaume. There's no more questions. Let's move on. Let's try to get back on track here. So guys, we have 5 more left. Let's bring the energy back up. Hopefully get some more questions here. We're going to use David from Emaze. David, you there?
Yes, I just need to share my screen while Guillaume will take
Awesome.
it.
Okay, so David from Emaze, floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is David Idri, and I'm Emaze CEO. Just a little bit about us. We have over 50 million users that are using our platform currently, about 5 million users per month. Over 200,000 users are joining our platform every single month, and we have over 120 million assets created digitally. All this is 100% viral. We don't do any advertisement. So sport has changed since COVID-19, and this is a beautiful arena, but still hurts to see so many seats available. Monetizing outside the stadium is no longer an option. It's a must. Social media have been monetizing and capitalizing on club profits, on club content for way too long without sharing the cut. Your fan loves showing their pride. They will go the distance to show it and make sure that everybody knows who they prefer. With our patented technology, we're able to create millions of customized, personalized websites for each and every one of your fans. This is a totally scalable solution where all we need in order to do that is their Facebook ID or Instagram ID. The club will give a digital gift to their fans, which it will include their customized website. The website will include social feeds. They will include images, videos. Everything will be pre-built automatically and sent directly to them via a private message. Once the fan accepts your gift, you will have a direct relationship with the fan. So you no longer need to lean on third-party social media. You will get their name, their email address, their phone number. You even get their pixel for your next retargeting campaign. For every website that we will give and every website that will be adopted by the fan, you will get multiple distribution channels. Digital real estate, if you call it, or OTT. You push any type of content that you want. The club actually control these units. They don't need to go to a third party or to us to push it to their fans. You can drive traffic to your website or app. You can sell your merchandise. You can sell season tickets, game tickets, even put sponsor placements. You can do live streaming, and I know some cannot do it, which is perfectly fine. So not only you'll be connected directly into your fans, you will actually turn them into ambassadors. They will connect you into their circle of friends. And they will take your content, your sponsored content, and will push it all around. We also own Emaze Me, which is an open platform social media that combine all social media feeds and lets users follow each other and follow their favorite team. We have many other features, like you can compare one profile against another. You can compare comments on Twitter versus Instagram, and many other features. With our groups and communities, you are able to gather all your fans, put your content, any type of content from your website or any other, from emails and anything else you want to display, your social media feeds all in one place. And finally, you are able to control the after the game engagement. You can keep your members up to date, all on a single platform that will combine it all. You will get detailed analytics from us that will give you a lot of information about the fan engagement, whether they like something, they don't. If they say bad things, it will also be highlighted. You'll get a breakdown of the map, where they use it, whether they see it on their mobile phone or in the computer. The best thing about it, it's free. We pay all costs. We pay the design, we pay the technology, the servers, and everything else. We either bring your sponsors or we can bring our own. You can see some of our partners below, all working on a rev share model. So to sum it up, you get a direct relationship with your fans. You get to monetize your fan base with top international brands. You get analytics, digital analytics on your fan and engagement, content creation, curation, and branded templates. You get complete data ownership. We share the data with you, so you no longer have to trust any third parties. You get new advertising channels and digital real estate. You get to drive traffic to anywhere you want. And the most important thing is the daily or even hourly engagement with fans. Your fans love you. This is the time to leverage it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, David. Any questions for David? You can type them up in the queue or just speak up. Somebody's got a question out there.
Ryan, let me take that. Then Nico can hopefully ask the detailed question. But this sounds too good to be true. I mean, where is the hook? I mean, it costs nothing. We get all the data. Where's the hook for us? What, on a serious note, what do you really need in terms of commitment from Weitzel?
This is the exact question I get every single time. I'm not kidding you. There's no, the great thing about it is that you don't have to pay. We have a patent in automatic design that we did, long time ago, and we just applied it into sports. We have a social media which aggregates everything, so fans really can come together, and the clubs, eventually actually are able to control it all, curate it, and we do it all. Like the technology will do everything.
Nicola, do you have a follow-up question to that, or?
No, I'm clear. I think this is the product is very clear. Looks good, as Frank said. I think we'll do a couple of follow-ups afterwards.
Sure. If you have time, I'll show an example of things.
Yeah, you have time. You have 3 minutes. So go ahead.
Okay. Oh, okay. So let me see how I can. You still see my screen?
You still can. It's the same screen you had before.
Yeah, no. Oh, that's right. Okay. There we go. So this is how our technology works. All you need to do is I go to our Automaze. Basically, this is our servers. We'll do it on the back end. I will. I think I did. Nicolas. Am I right, Nicholas? This is your Instagram ID?
No.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yep, this is private one, and yours is public. Let me see.
Can't even remember mine exactly. Nico Chapar maybe or something.
That's M. Lau, right?
No, that's not me.
That's Christian.
Oh, Christian, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
What's up?
I don't know. He's showing us your. I don't know what he's doing. To be honest with you.
Okay. All right, Christian. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So what we're doing now is actually we're connecting into Instagram API. And what you just saw, we just created 12 different websites for Christian, and actually 12. And you can actually go and they choose. Now, once we work with the club, you don't need to choose anything. We don't want the users to actually take time. We want high conversion rate. What we've seen so far, it's about 10 to 50% conversion rate from your amount of followers on Instagram. So if you have a few millions, that's definitely worth a shot. You're going to get a lot of ambassadors walking out there with your message.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Yes, so pretty much that's everything is done on the fly. in real time. They don't need to update their, once they actually log in into their Instagram, Facebook, YouTube account, and so on, and then it's automatically being updated. We have an editor, an HTML5 editor that will give them a mobile version and a web version automatically.
Okay, Dave, I think we're good.
That's all. Okay.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Next up is Parth.
I'm here. How's it going?
If you can share your screen, Parth.
Worse.
Down the home stretch. We got 3 more after this, so just sit tight. We can get a couple good questions and give these guys the attention they need. So, go ahead, Parth. All right, so Parth from FlashPlays. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, everybody. My name is Parth, and I'm representing FlashPlays Live. So right now, with no fans in the stands, that really means 2 big problems. First is less monetization, as ticket sales and sponsorship placements are pretty much 0. And second, less connection with fans, as fans are missing that deeper connection of coming into the stadium, watching the game in person as a community. At FlashPlays, we develop globally leading real-time prediction games to solve those 2 problems. These prediction games create immersive from-home viewing experiences for your fans while making it easy and legal to monetize those experiences. We do it through white-labeled URL integrations, add-ons, and more. Our gameplays follow a 3-step process of viewer participation, social engagement, and fan activation. And we're going to go through all 3 right now. Viewer participation is the process of having fans answer live predictions during your games during the transitions of games. So for example, during a baseball game, at the end of each inning, we might ask a question about what's going to happen in the next inning. Let's take the Blue Jays, for example, who are owned by the largest cable company in Canada. What we can do with the Blue Jays is at the end of every inning, we can put up a question on the broadcast saying, for example, how many strikes will Vladimir Guerrero based on his next plate appearance in the next inning? As fans go to BlueJaysLive.com to answer the question, when Vladimir Guerrero goes up to step on the plate, you can see a % split of what users think is going to happen when he goes at bat. What this does is it brings fans closer to the broadcast and the viewing experience by making them contributors and participants, and also giving them a stake in each inning. The second level of our gamified platform is social engagement. Our games are designed so that everyone is answering questions and engaging with the platforms at the same time, creating synchrony, which means opportunities to create social engagement. That can come in the form of fan versus fan competitions, chats and forums, and personalized statistics. Here are some examples of each. On the left, you see a fan versus fan competition called Jackpot. In the middle, you see something we call Buzz, which is a Twitter-esque feed where people can discuss questions, discuss the games, put up polls, and more. And lastly, on the right, what you see is personalized statistics where you can compare with your friends to see who is the best at predicting Dolphins games or tennis matches or whatever. Our third level is called fan activation. And fan activation is using this gamified platform and competition to build fan loyalty. You can do it in multiple ways. First, you can have giveaways for people who win contests when watching your games. Second, you can give loyalty perks for those users most actively using these engagement platforms. And third, you can have fan currencies that users can earn by answering questions to buy merch or access exclusive team events, deepening their connection with your organization. For example, with the Dolphins, I know, Kim, you mentioned that you wanted to digitize and gamify the fan giveaway experience. And with FlashPlays, you can do just that. What you have here is at the end of a Dolphins Pick'em contest, a user is getting 75 fan credits for the questions he or she is getting correct, or the contest he or she is winning. That person can use those fan credits on merch like a Dan Marino jersey, or to have a 15-minute golf session with Tua, furthering the connection between the fan and your organization. There are two ways to monetize these experiences. The first is through game of skill wagering, and the second is through sponsors. With game of skill wagering, how that works is fans can pay an entry fee to enter certain contests for larger cash prizes. These contests can include matchups where one fan is facing one of his or her friends and they each put in $5 to win some money. Another way is a fan enters a larger lobby of 100 people and the top 20 performers win. How it works is you can take a small cut off the top as revenue, and it's going to be considered a game of skill, not sports betting. So if you're in a country where sports betting isn't allowed, or in a state in the US where it's still illegal, you can use a game of skill model with flash plays to continue to make that revenue right now, as opposed to waiting for legalization or licensing.
1 minute, Mark.
Okay. The second way is sponsorships. Right now, the average user spends 25 minutes playing a flash plays game during whatever game they watch. And 25 minutes is more than enough time to include customized native placement for your sponsors all over. Things like having a question brought to you by Gatorade, or on the social media section, having posts by Gatorade. And because 80% of our users are below the age of 35 years old, you can bring in your sponsors like Gatorade or Nike to reach out to the youngest audiences, which your broadcasts often struggle with.
Time's up. Just finish your sentence, Parth.
Okay, I was just going to say, for more, if you want to look further into our product, I recommend you download our direct-to-consumer app, which is the most popular, highest rated, fastest growing, and most capital efficient real-time prediction platform in North America. Thank you.
Thanks, Parth. There might be a question. Let me check here. Yeah, go ahead. Arjun. I'm like excited to have a question. Go ahead, Arjun.
Hey, Ryan. No, I think I got my answer. I think Parth was pretty clear about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask what the question was?
I asked him.
Yeah, what was the question? Go ahead, Arjun. Ask the question.
It was about sports bet. It was about betting. Do you need a license?
I can go into that process. You don't need any licenses. What you need is you need to essentially just prove that you're a game of skill as opposed to a game of chance, and then you can work in the states that verify it, or in the countries.
So have you heard of a company called Dream 11?
I have, yes.
So are you similar to that in a way or something?
I don't know a ton about Dream 11. They've been mentioned a few times, so I'm sure there are similarities. Our main value prop is that we're real time, so people are actually engaging throughout the game, not just before. I don't know if Dream 11 does that, but yeah.
How much customization can be done to the platform? You know, like some of the naming conventions and other things. We have a very particular creative department.
So there can be a lot of customization, and one of the main things for the 6-week accelerator is really figuring out what works best for you. We have that 3-step process that we really want to hammer down what works best for you in the fan participation, in the social engagement, and fan activation for you. And from there, we can really do whatever works best.
Okay. Any time for one last question if you have one? No? All right, let's move on. Thank you, Parth. Appreciate it. Warren, are you on the line?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Have you got my screen there?
Yeah, just we can see your screen. So Warren Rigby from COVID SportsBot, one of many hats that he wears. I've known Warren for a while, back to senior days. Go ahead, Warren.
Thanks, Ryan. Good evening, everyone. I just want to talk about COVID SportsBot. This is a sports application that's based off a medical application that's been live since the start of the COVID crisis in terms of managing risk and assessment of individuals and populations at large. Where this becomes relevant for the sporting industry is particularly in terms of fans. You know, hundreds of thousands of fans at any one location. and certainly tens of thousands in any one stadium. So what we do is we automate, standardize, stratify, and risk assess at scale the risk of people to experience COVID, the risk for having COVID, and then the impact upon them if they did have it, with the ultimate benefit in allowing fans get back to stadiums quicker. The big problem, I suppose, is really that it's about maximizing capacity within safety thresholds. One of the key issues is that, obviously playing sport without fans massively impacts and hemorrhages cash on multiple teams, and with all but the very, very, very top few relying on massive revenue from the stadiums themselves and the fan revenue from being there in person. So low capacity stadium events or no capacity events are simply not tenable. And what we can do is effectively maximize those capacities to higher capacities and high capacities so that they become financially viable. And what we do is we focus on season ticket holders and corporate boxes. And the reason for that is these are sequential members and fans who come on a regular basis, which means that over time, our models can predict the probability and safety for them being in anyone's space at time. The team itself is based on a number of sports scientists, doctors, public health specialists, and computer engineers, and we're the main architects for controlling COVID in some of the largest hospitals in Ireland, using an architecture that we call pods and zones, and that you may have heard it's been borrowed since in a number of places. What the pods and zones refers to is effectively capturing pods of people or pods of similar populations and putting them into risk stratified zones. So this would be specific zones in specific stadiums inhabited by those ticket holders who go on a regular basis. So when you tend to sit in the same seat, you're surrounded by the same people, you have the same risk, you have the same assessment. So what you're dealing with is subpopulations within populations within subpopulations. And over time, your biomodeling gets very powerful in predicting the accuracy and risk for those people. How we do this, we execute that through a very simple architecture, in the first instance, which is a chatbot. So it just sits on the team's website or the fan's website, and it can be taken in about 90 seconds and taken over time. It's multilingual, it's available, it's already been used in 30 different countries, and it's all based on HSE, WHO, CDC guidelines for risk assessment. That's been proven now at over 80,000 consults at this stage. The scatter plot and stuff based on that data, we can effectively, as I said, predict the prevalence or risk for individual patients or groups of fans, and then not only the risk for them, but the impact if they did become affected. So you effectively cohort different groups into different zones in the stadium, which might have different seating capacities and different space between those people, allowing for safe influx and efflux of fans and seating arrangements, which again can change over time based on ongoing dynamic updates of those symptoms. So it's an impact and risk matrix to allow high capacity crowds in stadiums. And this can be true not only for populations within stadiums, but obviously groups and teams within leagues becomes even more powerful. A concept called Metcalfe's law. The higher the population used, the higher the data, the more insight you can gain into any one person or any one team. For example, the reason about the season ticket holders is that these are the individuals with the tribal loyalty. They've got that sentiment, they have honest engagement, and there's a self-interest there for themselves, their tribe, which is their team, and of course the team and the fans themselves. And we can give that population oversight of prevalence at any one time. That gives you effectively a warning flag based on a certain threshold of safety you might have as to whether there needs to be increased surveillance of those fans with self-reporting, or ultimately even testing of sentinel testing of populations. So you're getting measurement of risk, which allows you the ability to manage that risk and report that risk to authorities who might try and shut you down otherwise. So it's empowering teams and clubs to bring back fans with safety threshold that are reportable at a public health level, and that's some of the expertise we have. So those zoned risks, the risk allocation, the fan zones, matched fan cohorts, that's all about knowing what the individual risk for patients is, and then being able to report that at mass population levels and risk stratification, all of which we do, all of which allows fans to seed in areas at a risk that we're aware and that they're happy with. So it's this automated surveillance at scale. And it's not the big brother piece, it's opted in. We don't track people. It's all about their symptoms and their self-reported assessments. It's essentially a fan health declaration that can be then scaled up to the thousands. So the return on revenue here is very much a shared value model. So the success metrics are based on the number of retained and utilized season ticket holders rather than any upfront capex. So it's really partnering with the clubs to maximize the revenue that they can earn. So it's a success fee and the associated revenue that's based on that. And ultimately, what it comes about is that single dashboard that at any level of oversight, that the club, the directors, executives, whoever that might be, can actually see where that trend is going, including updated status alerts and incentivizing the individual fans to contribute their data, because ultimately it's in their interest and the club's interest that they can get back and watch those games. And if they're not partaking in it, they're ineligible for tickets. So it's that whole AI enhanced decision support piece with a rapid, takes about 90 seconds. And we certainly need to be doing it several days prior to the game itself, after which then you can free up and essentially grant access to the fans to sit in these specific pods and zones for which they've been assessed. And all of this obviously is automated, it's sequential, it's dynamic, and it's updated all the time. We also offer, on top of that, as I said, that spot testing, that sequential population testing for not just the fans, but also the media, the groups that make the stadium tick, so the employees. And that's an end-to-end solution, which involves nasopharyngeal swabs, including baseline level antibody testing with our partner networks, which we have labs based in throughout East, West Coast, throughout Italy, Spain, 26 labs overall on an international basis. So that's the more holistic piece that really comes together. So look, that's the COVID sports bot that brings the power of AI and medical insights into risk stratification and to bring up pods and zones to maximize stadium capacities.
Thank you, Warren. Let me see a question here, or is that something else? Yeah, there is, it's a question from anyone on the floor have a question? So there was a question from the audience, does this fit into HIPAA?
Yes, it does. It's HIPAA and GDPR compliant. And when we built this in the first instance, it had to be because it's all health data. So by definition, you can't release it without it. We actually, the first thing we did back in January was engage the data commissioner in the Irish government to ensure that this was EU-wide. So as you may be familiar, whilst GDPR and HIPAA are siblings, they are different beasts, but they fundamentally have the same underlying principles.
Yeah. Any questions from anybody? I'm going to go out on a limb here, Oren, and tell you that the audience that we have here is not experts in this field.
No, I appreciate that, and I think ultimately what it comes down to is not so much the features, it's the benefits. And I think obviously happy to if they felt there was some benefit here, in terms of getting maximizing those capacities back in the stadiums, which I think they will relate to, money and getting those stadiums and the fans back in there. And I'm happy to talk to anyone in due course about that.
Of course. This is going to be one of those examples where these guys got to take it back to their club. I know Christian's already done that within his, and I just got to ask other people, ask around, and we'll come back to you. But this group is far away from our expertise, and I never thought I'd be talking about swabs, pods, and stuff.
That's fair enough. All right, Ryan. Thanks for that.
Yeah, Oren, appreciate it. And we'll definitely be in touch. We'll see what the feedback is from the rest of the clubs when they take this back to their powers that be that do handle this, because there are people at the clubs that do this.
Fantastic.
And okay. Great. So next up is Digital, Giovanni. Giovanni, and I think you're in Munich somewhere. Are you here, Giovanni? All right, well, I see you here.
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Just in time.
Yes, perfect. So,
share your screen.
Share my screen. Here you go. My name is Lagani Giovanni. I'm representing.
Giovanni, you're not on the screen yet. So share your screen. Just try it again.
Okay, here you go.
There we go. Okay, and you probably make it full screen now.
Okay.
You can go. All right, Giovanni, go ahead. Digital Solutions, all you.
So, my name is Giovanni, representing Digital Solutions. I show you where we come from before I go explaining what we really do. Founded in 2016, coming from the football area, from soccer, did some stuff for big brands, switching over also to some broadcaster, and then moving over also to other sports, especially here basketball and ice hockey, what we did also with Kinexon in the past. What we do, we are very good at creating live data content based on sports data. Means any action on the pitch that is available through data, we could create infographics and graphics out of that. So the storytelling in terms of pre, live, and post is something that we reinvented, because we were working also in the arena with FC Bayern, creating live content, but based on PSD files. And the idea here came up exactly from that workflow, where we said, hey, it should be more easier to create valuable content, real good content, easy content, save time, save money. And this is what we do. So we are very fast in creating real-time content that could be spread for any kind of digital platform. So from stadium screens to out-of-home screens to apps, etc. And as far as you can see, we need only 10 seconds to create that kind of content. Means at the end, you don't have only just a PSD file. You have animated content. I will show you later. Now you have two timelines here. The first one shows how long we take to create content with images that we have already within our platform and that are made from the clubs itself. The second one shows the time that we need to create content, including also live pictures like Getty, Imago, or other content. This shows exactly what we do in one picture. If you see here, you see the goal of Lewandowski from FC Bayern Munich. So at the first point, you have the event. The event is the goal that happens in the stadium. 10 seconds later, you can have exactly this kind of content on any platform in different languages, in different formats, depending on if you're talking through to your audience for Facebook, Twitter, Insta, or whatever you have here. What we try to highlight here also is that we're not just picking up the data and creating graphics. We are aggregating different data points because we have different partners we work with and have different showcases. So here you see the official data set of the Bundesliga via Sportec. We have Y-Scout data that could be implemented here. You see Kinexon data, but also Getty and Imago. And this is the image in the middle of this slide. On the right side, you see some examples that we are also able to create, which could be not only here ice hockey, it could be basketball, handball, and anything else, because the clubs are struggling in creating that kind of content manually. Here you see the whole process is very complex. What happens behind from the event, the goal to the output, but we cover the whole process. We cover the event itself, and we cover also this distribution. You see everything between is done by our software that is already on the market. We have proof of concept and anything else. We are ready to go to market right now with anybody that wants to test us. And yeah, here you see some showcases from Teleclub to Audi Cup to Bayern Munich. So what we want to say here is our solution was and is used within broadcaster for bigger events like Audi Cup, for big screens, but also for match days and regular match days here within Bayern Munich and the 1,500 screens. There we cover
1 minute, Giovanni.
The storytelling from pre-match to live events to post-match, but we're also able to cover much more events, for example, match day -1 or +1, so everything that is around there. Here you have a short example of what we do. The glitch event here is not the transmission of our presentation, is an effect that we do here. And finally, this is the final output that we have very, very fast after a goal or event happens here.
Okay.
We have different showcases here with Bayern, basketball, BTM, different CIs we can take over, etc., etc. We are very free here. So to conclude everything, we are ready to start right now. This is my main message here for creating animated, automated, high-speed content for any kind of sport and give more value to clubs, fans, and sponsors.
Okay, thank you, Giovanni. Any questions?
I have a question, Ryan.
Fantastic. Go ahead.
Giovanni, thanks for the presentation.
Alessandro, go ahead. Sorry, my mistake.
Yeah.
Alessandro?
I just wanted to understand, practically speaking, how do you, what's required in terms of connection to, for example, cameras in the stadium? I mean, how easy is this to integrate?
To integrate this, the only thing we need is a stable Wi-Fi connection and an interface where we can input our content. So we could create content in MP4, in HTML5, in JPEG, GIF, whatever you want. So what we really need is just internet connection and nothing else.
But you will need to get the feed, for example, the Lewandowski goal. You will need to get that from who? From the broadcaster that's
no. We are working here with different data providers. For example, Data3, Sportec, etc. And there we get the information that there happened a goal and create out of this information all the rest that you could see.
Okay, got it.
Thanks, Alessandro from Leeds United / Asser. Next up, question from Juan Casio from River Plate in South America. The big giant River Plate. Juan, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, you were mentioning that many of the images you can get them from Getty Images or whatever. We do have a photographer when we play at our stadium. So I was wondering if there's any chance to get those images, obviously having Wi-Fi and connectivity, and use those like live images to create this content.
Yeah, it is absolutely possible. We need to understand really which kind of technology you guys are using in the stadium, but we could implement this. Absolutely. It could be used.
Thanks. And the other one is you mentioned a couple of data providers, and we do have an official one that is Opta. I don't know if there's you have experiences merging Opta with them.
Yeah, we have experience. I worked a couple of years for Opta, so I'm living this data, this data part of sports. So this is where I come from. So Opta, we have also interface with Opta. Absolutely.
Great. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Juan.
Ask a question, Ryan?
Yeah, go ahead, Frank.
Okay. Giovanni, very, very interesting. Thanks for the presentation. My question is, what kind of business have you already done outside of Germany? And that's also related that I had a quick look at your website, which is auf Deutsch, nur auf Deutsch. So can you expand on your? I know, but you should be ready with the international website for everything that's going to come. But
yeah, we are focusing on the German market because we want to grow. It would be interesting, but I think especially in the German market, we have so much potential that if we really start here to go from club to club and cover everything that is there, we would have a lot of things to do here. But for sure, if we get big deals and can grow out of this, it's welcome. So if FIBA wants to test us, and this could be the key push, we're open for that, and to go also to other markets. We proved with a lot of sports, with the big and top players on the market, and would like to discuss further if you want.
Thank you, Giovanni. Thanks for the answer. Nico will follow up with you on this.
Yeah. Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Giovanni. Last but not least, Alexi from Helsinki.
Hi there. Thank you. So happy to be ending the show. So I think everybody's pretty fed up or something like already. Just a second. I'll
Alexi, did you share the screen?
Yep.
Yeah, then put it on full screen. All right, so Alexi from Her Technologies. Last one, go ahead, Alexi, you're on.
Okay, hey guys. So, Her Technology, Alex Laakkonen, that's me, and my mission is to provide the best possible fan experience on digital streaming platforms. And we do that by providing interactive plugins for sports streaming platforms. And actually that means that our technology creates a layer on top of our streaming partner's video player where we can implement these interactive plugins. These plugins are available for web streams, for mobile apps, and for connected TVs. The plugins we have available today, they are 3, and these all can be used individually, but the best value comes when you bundle them together. Let's see. The first one is an influencer video commentary plugin that utilizes the gravity of the influencers to drive traffic to the sports streaming platform. For example, you have an influencer who invites people to watch the evening's game with them because they have some special insights about not only the game, but the players who might be their old teammates and their homies. So basically what we bring is an option to subscribe to this influencer to give a video commentary on top of the live game. So think about the possibilities, not only utilizing players, but for example, movie stars who are fans of your team. Then we have the statistics and betting plugin that brings you as a sports streaming platform revenues via on-screen betting. So these can be bundled with the influencer plugin. On the left bottom hand of the screen, you see the icon that I as an user can tap, click, or utilize my smart TV remote control to open. And with that button, I get live statistics, different views of live statistics on demand, when I want, on my screen, and I can close it down whenever I want. And in addition to the live statistics, we bring betting odds in relation to that game. So you have statistics and the odds about the game, and you can bet right on the same screen. And think about having this influencer giving you real money to bet on this game provided by us. Third but not the last, we have the video chat plugin. And that's for engaging users via on-screen video chat. So if you don't want to have the influencer on your screen, maybe you want to invite your friends to chat on the screen while the game is on. So think about this. You kind of have a WhatsApp that's a private messaging thing, but it's with videos and it's on your TV screen. Our business model is quite simple. We share revenues between the partners. We create revenues with our technology and then share with the streaming partner, the team or the influencer, and so forth. And the main benefits for sports fans who we want to serve the first. You have the private on-screen video chat with friends. You get exclusive influencer insights of the game and the players. You get on-demand live statistics, and you get betting odds and can bet without leaving your focus on the game itself. For the streaming partners, we bring a new revenue stream from betting. At the moment, the streaming partners are showing games that people bet on, but the streaming partners are seeing no dime of that money. We bring you that money into your account. Then also what you can provide to your fans or your viewers is just a better viewing experience in your sports platform. And also providing more traffic via our partners, teams, and influencers, media reach, and also with friend chat invites. For the clubs, associations, and influencers, we bring enhanced fan connection, new revenue stream from betting, and new revenue stream from chat feed ads.
1 minute, Alexi.
Our technology is a result of years of multi-platform development. We have gotten a seal of excellence for our innovative technology from European Commission. I've been working with broadcasters and top clubs all over the world. Our current deal status is that we have plenty of revenue share deals with major betting companies. We have a commercial deal with Second Bundesliga basketball streaming service. Our test environment is currently being set up for a basketball streaming service in 2 countries, and we have ongoing negotiations for our World Cup 2021 event for one sport that is on top 10 most viewed sports in the world. But just to make it clear and end on a high note, you do not pay us, we pay you monthly. Thank you.
Good ending, I like it. Okay, thank you, Alexi. Any additional questions out there? Alexi, if you could put your video on too, we couldn't see you that whole presentation. Interrupt you, but.
Okay. Bad. Okay, sorry, my bad. Well, that's it now.
Yep. Any final questions out there for Her Technologies?
I've got one.
Yeah, great.
So, especially in the last graph, you're saying that you are the one paying us, and one of our concerns sometimes is that we have exclusivity with some of our partners. Mm-hmm. So, is there any chance to make like limits on who the sponsors and advertisers are on your side?
Definitely, and that's what we always want to do. So we have a service, so we provide technology and the betting partner and the advertisers. But if you already have partners, exclusive partners, we are really happy to work with, of course, those partners. But we have seen in the past that when you come with the betting partner who's paying for the party, it's so much easier to get a deal.
Okay. Any additional questions?
Ryan, question for me, for Alexi. Thank you very much. So apart from your technology skills in Her, you have you must have a very strong base of betting partners lined up who participate in some of these partnerships. And do they partner with you on the basis of fixed fees, or purely based on results that you bring to them?
There are basically three different models, but the most popular model is that the betting partner is paying a certain percentage of the betting winnings that they are making from the people that we bring to their platform to bet. Then there's another model that is also very, very popular, especially with the betting companies who want to open up new markets. They pay good value for all new people who register on their platform. So that's another thing. So they pay for results, either for what they make as a revenue, or per people, per persons we get to sign up as a new customers to their platform. Also, some of them pay per clicks or views, but we do not support that much, because that's not really the deal. Our technology is made to bring them more betting people to bet.
Awesome. Alexi, thank you very much. Appreciate you going last year as well, so thank you. Thank you to all the judges, or not judges, partners who are still here. Just to remind everybody out there, as well as those on, that you guys have until Monday, roughly, I think we said 3:30 UK time is when the selection show live starts. So we're having a live selection show on Monday. Between now and Monday, the partners, the Dolphins, the FIBAs, the River Plates of the world, are all going to be taking this back to their respective companies, sharing these internally, making some decisions. There's no commitment on how many are going to be picked to move forward, but the idea is to pick those that you want to learn more about. You know, you want a proper demo. You want to understand the commercial model. You want to just, you're more intrigued. So somewhere between 3 to 5, 5 to 7, whatever it is. But no, you're not committing to anything by selecting these guys now. It's just to learn more to go to the next step. So that selection show will be on Monday, 3:30 to 5:30 UK time. Each of the partners will have a 15-minute slot to come on the show with Amir and myself. We'll talk about some of the startups that they had, who they selected, maybe some they didn't select for various reasons. They may have loved the product, but it just didn't fit in their current stack or their model or whatever it may be. So we'll be talking about those on Monday. Amir, anything you want to say before we drop off? Or Dovi, anything for the group?
Great session. Ryan, you're a hero, getting this attention for so long. Looking forward to wrap it up and to summarize later on.
I'm looking for a drink.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Ryan,
Yes,
question for everyone, if I can. What would be the best way to get the teams our latest pitch deck that we presented today? Is
Yeah,
that needed?
so Zika's still on, but to send them all to Zika. So send your pitch deck to Zika. We're then going to update the file that we're going to send off to all the partners. We're going to take these videos, potentially slice them up in individual little clips. Basically, that summary you guys got earlier, that'll be updated, going back out to the partners, so it's easy for them to pick it apart and just share it with other people within their firm. So,
great, thank you.
Zika, as far as questions go, for all the partners, I know Fiona and Megan have been capturing some that didn't get asked, but just send those directly to me. I'll then put you in touch with directly to just CC me, but we'll put you directly in touch with the startups or the companies. We don't want to become a bottleneck, but we do want to be CC'd and track it all. And then make sure that those answers get back out. And feel free, partners, to ask these questions, 24/7 through the weekend. So we know time is tight. Something might come up on a Saturday or Sunday you just want an answer to. Feel free to shoot over to us, and we'll get those answers back to you. So I'm looking forward to the selection show, kind of like a reality show on Monday, talking about how this went, what everyone thought, what they think about these startups moving forward. And I guess enjoy the rest of the evening, day, wherever you are. On a happy note, we will close on the fact that the NBA is officially back. The board voted today while we were talking. So the NBA is back. Tony, I don't know what you can do about baseball if you're still on, but I think you guys are still talking about money. So let's see if we can fix that. So having said that, Amir, on behalf of Hype, everyone else, thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you all. Great
Bye,
evening.
all.